set up his little multi-layered illusionary house,
Okay.
Yep.
and I ended it with her arriving.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Figured I wouldn't go into the actual thing until everybody was present, just in case it did go sideways.
Honestly,
Okay.
I'm still uncertain as to exactly how to approach this because Eric's initial concern is kind of right. It's like,
Oh,
what are we going to do? Be all like, oh yeah, how's this take? You like it? You like it? Have you done any necromancy today? Maybe in the past couple weeks.
Why can't I find the adventure? Oh, right, I'm looking in 5th edition, not 3.5.
Okay. So, all right, so now you're panicking, is what I'm hearing.
But panicking? No, not panicking. I just don't understand what to say. But I will
I'm not
figure it
panicking.
out.
I'm just a concerned citizen. And that lamp does not seem to want to work. Did he? Can't tell if I can't tell if the bulb blew out or. Be kind of pissed if it's the lamp.
There we go. That should prevent any needless echo effects from the music playing. Though the music has now cut out.
Yes, I turned it off for the moment. It was not needed.
I'm doing the most fun of task. I'm folding laundry.
Rejoining us, player.
Let me crank on my computer. Yeah, launch game. There we go.
So, random question for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think I should go get for dinner?
You still haven't done that?
No, I have not done that.
Dinner's for the week.
What is the last thing that you've had?
The last thing I had was Taco Bell with my grandfather.
Okay. So not Taco Bell. Okay, what don't you eat?
I do not. Oh, that's a pretty long list actually.
Okay. Because I didn't want to, sit here running down things that you can eat. Like, I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't. Okay. If you have a long list of things that you don't eat, then what do you eat?
That's another long list of things.
Okay. What's the usual things that you eat?
Oh, I'm sorry, I had to do that. But basically, the answer is the choices are as follows: Taco Bell.
I'm about to say, what's available around?
Eats. Burger King, Cookout, Five Guys, Chick-fil-A.
Do you foresee yourself craving Chick-fil-A tomorrow?
Nope.
Okay. To be fair, no one ever does.
Chick-fil-A very often. I don't eat Chick-fil-A that often.
Same. I usually do it once a month. And it's mainly I just want lemonade, but I accidentally end up getting food along with it. I have issues with just buying I have issues with just buying the lemonade and not any food, so I usually just buy food by default. Waiting for the peach milkshake to show up.
They should have that already by now.
I thought they
I
had.
have no clue because I must say the only Chick-fil-A I ever end up going to is the one at my job in the hospital, and they don't have a lot of things that normal Chick-fil-A's have.
Well, that's because it's in a
Nice.
hospital. Expect that.
I mean, they pretty much seem to have everything else except for that, which is a little annoying because I'm like, oh sweet, I'll be like, oh sweet, yeah, there's Chick-fil-A here, and they even have a milkshake machine. But apparently, I think the milkshake machine is suffering from McDonald's syndrome, and it's never actually working.
That McDonald's syndrome.
I just assume that any time like they have like a piece of equipment that doesn't work, that it's just it's McDonald's syndrome. Because McDonald's is the only place I know where everything seems to be broken, despite being one of the richest fast food chains in the fucking world.
Hey, no, that's because they also franchise, so they're not always responsible for everything.
I mean, everybody else franchised and they seem to keep their shit working. Unless I never see anyone else's milkshake machines going down.
He's not wrong.
I'm like, if anything, I'm like, at the worst case scenario, I run into Burger King and they're out, and that's about it. It was like, machine works, we're just out of stuff. What was it? There was like, yeah, we're out of stuff for the strawberry and for the chocolate, so we only have vanilla. So I was like, oh.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Get that there.
A 8-page adventure. Man, my 36-page document is really just way more than apparently the effort I need to put in. Right. Oh, over here at Corvus, I was looking at Saltmarsh for no particular reason. Whatever reason you're thinking, I am sure it is quite incorrect.
Okay, well, Brian, since you were not here for the prep phase last session, is there any preparations for this conversation you would like to make?
Huh. To be fair, I don't think there's much preparation. I mean, everybody else seems to be thinking that this is going to go sideways.
More, just in case.
I'm going to go the opposite route, and well, not the opposite route, but I'm going to go the Tibbs route, and I am going to assume the best of people. And I'll say, as a cleric, I am not supposed to be thinking. I'll say I should not be thinking, the worst of them, just because, they fuck with the dead. Because technically, so do I. When someone who I don't want to die dies. So.
Again, not wrong.
Can't exactly judge them for that. So
I don't know. Racing people who did horrible things to do more horrible things, I think, would count as a good reason to say that they're bad.
To be
Just
fair,
like-
to be fair, also killed dragons for, not the best, I'm gonna say for, slightly vendettish reasons.
Well, if they're chromatic dragons, it doesn't matter. They're generally assholes.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I know, but technically I have to put a lot of resolve just to not kill chromatic looking dragonborns as well.
I don't know if I should be concerned by that statement or appreciate it.
Like I said, it takes a lot of resolve. It was like I can't even lie. Like even when we were fighting like those undead ones, Tibbs took a lot of pleasure in being able to shoot them. Because he was like, man, I know I shouldn't be shooting dragonborns, but they're undead, so technically I have an excuse. I'm gonna fuck these ones up because I'll probably never get this chance again to actually kill a dragonborn.
But, evil and undead, so...
Fight, I'll say it's very, it was like, just because this dragon walks on two legs doesn't mean that it's any less evil.
I'd just like to point out that the exact opposite of that goes against what you.
It's like I said. There's what Tibbs's belief is versus what his personal feelings towards it is due to like the trauma. It's like I'm trying to follow God, but every single time one of these motherfuckers shows up, it tempts me.
So am I just the exception to your rule then at this point?
It's effectively you are doing justice. You are helping the cause. You are helping to bring peace to the world. The moment that you stop doing that, then you then you fall in line with the other dragons.
I don't know if I should be happy with that statement or not.
Well, it's effectively a don't become God King Kriv, and we should be fine.
Well, I don't see that happening.
You never see it happening, it just happens.
If anything,
I would well, maybe if I take a few more levels, I could basically stop aging. So,
It takes a real asshole to foresee the fall to the dark side and still do it anyway.
Anakin.
Well, he didn't see his own, did he?
Yeah, so he didn't see his fall to the dark side.
No, I'm specifically thinking about his time on Mortis.
Yeah, but he didn't understand that's what he was seeing.
I'm gonna say in order of current trusted allies, it's Kenshi because Kenshi seems to be too young to have any sort of ambition to turn evil. I'll say Kenshi seems like he's like, yeah, I'm still young, I'm just trying to live life, blah blah blah. It's like I don't have like major ambitions because Tibbs sees ambition as a path to evil.
That's it, yeah. Kenshi's only ambition is to kill Matthias.
Matthias.
And the only issue he has with that is just like, hopefully he doesn't become what he. Hopefully in the quest to hunt monsters, he doesn't become one himself. Kodo seems pretty decent on the not backsliding bit.
Yes, the not God King Kodo.
Yeah, I have no issue with Kodo because I'm like, I was like Kodo's actively trying.
Good,
Kriv,
because there's a shortage of wardens to deal with him if he does go evil again.
I don't know.
I
Punch him to death pretty quickly before he can do anything.
Well, I feel like if he goes full God King, he hands me his sheet and I go, oh, okay, this is what you can do now because shut up.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like, and apotheosis.
It's like, oh, look, you now have legendary actions.
What's this
I was like,
legendary
oh,
action spellcasting? And you have a high enough charisma to not be counterspelled.
What's this one? Legendary action Carmilla?
I'm like, oh sweet. I'm like, all we gotta do is just make
like,
all we gotta do is make him use up
What's
all his
that?
legendary
I'm
actions.
just summoning a
and then-
star. What?
I'm like, all we have to do is just make him use up all his legendary actions, trap him in an anti-magic field, put a box around that anti-magic field, and then just wait for him to die.
Wait, hold on. Can I become a butterfly? Like, when I Eisen this up.
Wait.
Oh, so you don't want just legendary actions. You want to become a mythic creature. Yeah, actually, God King Kodo probably is a mythic, so yes, you'll have a butterfly mode.
So, no. We have this simple solution. We hit him with a tracking beacon. So we narc him, and then after we narc him, all we do is make sure we know where he's at, and then take the time to go to the Republic and find the anti-magic everything, and then lure him there. And then turn it all on.
That's
So
I'm not saying that too.
who can even fight remotely decent would be me, and I think Kenshi.
Well,
I'd just like to point out,
Yeah.
last time he went evil, it took the lore keeper interfering directly.
Well, that was then because I'm assuming he went past level 21. Or,
if you're dealing with, like, evil God King Kodo, it's like, my enemies are in the city and want me to come in. Destroy the city.
He had like 1/10 level spell. That was why he was so.
I'll say because technically, like looking at Kodo, I was like, sweet, he is primarily a magic caster. Is that a problem? Yes. Is that a tolerable problem? Yes. I'd be more worried if it was like, if he was like God King and a monk or something like that, or someone who could basically say "fuck you" to damage. I kind of feel like if we last in combat with Kodo long enough, eventually his own spells will kill him.
What was that Pathfinder thing? The combination, the Blood Rager, combination Barbarian Sorcerer.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say in the mirror fight, you kind of got a taste of what he could do unchained.
Oh yeah, and I was like, hey, I'm like, if it's just Kodo, I feel a little better about it. When it was Kodo and dealing with all the other assholes, I was like, I was like, I feel like we'd get severely fucked up, but we could probably gang up and try to deal with it. It was like, how do we deal with God King Kodo's castle? All right, so we all just stand inside this anti-magic field and just walk towards him as he just throws spells at us.
It's that
Maybe
one
just
level
dissipate.
from Witcher 2 where you can't leave the bubble. Or just like instantly die.
So I have to admit, an anti-magic field, as I do not believe you can dispel an anti-magic field,
You cannot.
is a bit tricky. But the way around that is to do things like affect the terrain. I just have to play by Vong rules. Oh, okay. Well, see, if I make an ice wall, it's still a physical thing, so I don't think your anti-magic field would affect that.
Actually, I believe it does. I'm about to say because it also affects fireballs. I'm about to say if I remember correctly, anything that is created by magic basically just kind of falls apart.
So what you do is like have to destroy affect the terrain before they hit it. So it's like it has to be like an actual alteration of the terrain versus some kind of magical. Like the tentacles wouldn't work, but if you like actually collapse the terrain right before they step, the field touched it.
Yeah, or use Move Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those weird things. It's like you make insect plague. I walk through and the insects just basically just fall over dead or just disappear out of existence. Or if you throw a fireball and it's an AOE, if I'm in the part of the AOE, but so is my anti-magic field, then that part of the fire is dissipated. And I was like, that seems like total bullshit. I mean, I'm all for it, but it seems like total bullshit.
I like this. With a sweeping gesture, you cause jagged crystals to burst forth from the ground and hurtle directly upwards. Choose an origin point within the spell's range that you can see. Starting from that point, the crystals burst out along a 30-foot line. All creatures in that line and up to 100 feet above it take damage. Make a dexterity saving throw. Creatures that fail that saving throw are impaled by the chunks of crystal. and halves the creature's speed, preventing it from flying, causing it to fall to the ground. Fall to the ground if it was flying.
I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Here we go. Here's what I'm thinking. Earthquake.
No, I'm going to make my apartment spotless and then complain that my AC isn't working. So, correction, it is working. It is pulling air in, but it ain't blowing through the vents.
Well, if it was going to break, it shows a good time, because it's going to be a few days before it gets hot again.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. The counter to anti-magic field is just casting Earthquake.
Even if it doesn't affect them, it'll affect the land around them, so they can't leave that one square. You'll trap them on a pillar.
Or Erupting Earth. That's a transmutation spell.
Or there's always the be all end all way of dealing with God Kings.
Put them in a lead box.
Sniper rifle.
That doesn't always work though.
300. I say 300 meters. I say 300 meters away. I say 300 meters away. I say 300 meters away, and with a spiritually infused bullet.
I believe you mean feet. We don't use meters in we don't use meters in 5e.
Oh, that's right.
So it's feet.
Okay. Well, as far as I know, the sniper rifle has pretty good.
We get my nemesis, who is the archetype of being able to snipe people, and we train him on how to use a firearm. Because he'll be able to see for over a mile away, which we already Kodo could. And theoretically, if we get an artificer of sufficient level, we can get him to modify a sniper rifle to basically become a real gun. They can fire over 700 feet away. And David knows it's true because I showed him the stats.
Yeah.
I'll say holy bullet. I'll say a holy bullet. Dump a shit ton of I'll say holy bullet. Dump a shit ton of shit ton of grit points into violent shot. I can probably. I'm gonna say I doubt I can kill him in one shot, but I can probably do about 130 points of damage to him, which isn't gonna kill him, but it'll definitely get his attention. I'll say it would definitely get Kodo's attention.
I don't think you understand. I mean, Kodo barely has over 100 hit points.
I'm assuming God King Kodo. Well, remember.
Even God King Kodo's going to have more hit points because.
I'm gonna say even if I do hit him, remember if he goes to 1, he just turns into a feral beast.
If he turns into that makes my job so much easier.
Yeah.
I thought feral beast was the only thing that could take you down.
If anything, that's the one I'm mainly worried about.
He only took me down for one reason. It's because Pin has put me at 1 HP, and you finally hit me after like 8 rounds of trying to fight.
I'm gonna say, honestly, that's the version of Kodo I really dislike dealing with. But mostly that was because I was like, how do I take him down without killing him? And even then, that would kind of still be the case with God King Kodo, where I'd be like, how do I take him down without killing him? Because I'm like, just because he went nuts and power mad doesn't mean that I should kill him. I'm like, Kodo's my friend, even though he tried to eat me. I'm like, Kodo's my friend, even though he tried to kill me. I don't think Kenshi's ever gone feral, so.
Once.
Yeah.
There's a part of me is like, do I want to keep these jeans or do I want to throw them away? What size are they? Fuck it, I'll keep them. Even though I should probably get rid of them and go buy some more jeans. I don't need jeans until summertime anyway. I mean, until fall. I don't need these Crunch shirts because fuck Crunch. Well, fuck Brick Road. Fuck Scott's Edition Crunch. The other ones seem to be nice.
All right.
I like the one out. Sorry.
Since obviously nobody needs any more prep, we ready to go, or people still need to get to their machines because they're getting dinner, or what the?
I'll say I'm good. I'll say, Eric, why don't you order some Indian food or something? I think he went to go get food. All right.
Well, he was in theory doing that while he was on the call with us. That's why I was asking. Is it?
Okay. How much time do we have to prep?
You guys set it up to happen the next day because you wanted a long rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I was asking. It's like, is there any prep you wanted to do specifically?
Probably a couple of spells I might switch out, but not many.
Well, by all means.
All right. Let's see.
I would say Zone of Truth, but people realize they're in a Zone of Truth.
Yeah, that's also kind of a dick move. Don't want to banish her. Resurrection can happen later.
I finally have it. Audio again.
Yay, there you are.
Yeah, I went too far away from the Wi-Fi while going to go get food.
Let's see. Nope. Don't need life transference. Don't need magic circle. Mass healing word. Protection from energy. I can revivify. Don't need spirit guardians. Zone of truth. Nope. No, fuck it. I will take. All right, cool. The only thing I'm gonna add is dispel good and evil.
So you say dispel good and evil?
Yes.
You never know when you want good and evil to just get out of here.
I mean,
Hey now, we can't let those filthy neutrals take over.
I wonder where that is. Dispel neutrality.
Pretty sure that's not a thing.
Seems kind of biased.
So if you don't have an opinion, get the fuck out.
The way I see it is that if there's protection from good and protection from evil, there needs to be protection from neutrality. There just has to be.
I'm pretty sure the only counter to that is the fact that neutrality never gets involved, so there's nothing to dispel.
That's not always true. Sometimes you can summon a neutral creature.
Usually it's neutral something. Sometimes you summon a neutral creature, yes, but usually it's neutral something.
Well, yeah.
And if you read the actual description of actual neutral, you would never leave the goddamn house.
That's not true. If you're chaotic neutral or
That's
lawful
neutral something.
Well, yeah, but good and evil is also something in good and something in evil.
I'm not disputing that.
So neutral, by extension of that, would be something in neutral.
No, because true neutral is a thing.
Yeah, but it's not. Doesn't. But we're not talking.
We're not
when it said
referencing true neutral.
I specifically said, if you read the description of true neutral, you would never leave the house. Because neutral anything else actually has motivations.
And true neutral can have a motivation to reset the balance and restore the order.
Okay, so I found.
That's not true neutral anymore.
All right,
Are
so
you
I found
sure?
out. I have found out what Dispel Good and Evil does. It's effectively banishment. It's banishment, but with touch.
So you have a touch.
Eric, in terms of 5th edition at least, neutral is the alignment of those who prefer to steer clear of moral questions and don't take sides, doing what seems best at the time.
That's not really neutral if they do. If you do what seems best at the time, there's no context to it.
You do what you feel seems best at the time. You have no alignment towards good or evil. It's just like, whatever. I'm doing this now.
Well, actually, in that case, then resetting the world could be what's best at the time.
Yeah.
Until something changes 10 minutes down the road, and then you decide that's no longer the best idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you do what's best for you, which is I'm gonna say you do what's best for you, and you don't make plans. Good and evil make plans. Neutral basically just flies by the seat of their pants. It was like, what's good for today? Not even what's good for today. What do I want right now?
Thank you for choosing us. Order when you're ready, please.
Hi, I'd like to get the number 2B with no pickles and no onions.
I would like it number 9, extra thick.
As a large combo. And for the drink, Dr. Pepper. I would also like to get 2 cheeseburgers, no pickles and no onions.
I would like an extra medium.
And that'd be it. Yes, I know. You can deal with it.
Size extra medium.
Can I get a number 2 extra medium?
And like, can I have a size extra medium? And can I have the sauce that you were going to give to the person behind me?
Yes, please.
Like, what is the most dickish order that I can think of?
If you want the most dickish order, you get the cheesy roll-ups and then tell them to add nacho cheese to all of them. At Taco Bell. Because literally all I use is a small tortilla shell for like the soft tacos. Thank you. And then what you do then is you just sprinkle the cheese onto it. You throw it in the steamer to melt the cheese, and then you roll it up. If you add nacho cheese, they have to take the nacho cheese pump it across the entire thing, steam it, and then roll it. So it becomes a giant mess. And it takes a lot longer because also you have to steam it for like 30 or so, 45 seconds or something like that. And you can only put like 2 of them in there at a time. So
You're saying this like you've done this.
You'll just piss off whoever is working.
I'm about saying like you're saying this like you've done this.
I haven't done it before other people, but I have done it where I, as an employee, where I was like, you know what? It's only an extra like 50 cents or something that costs $1. I'll add nacho cheese to this cheesy roll-up. It was actually really good. That's what you do if you want to be a dick at Taco Bell.
So, nacho cheese on a cheesy roll-up is what you said?
Yes.
That sounds like a bitch and a half to clean up. Yeah, I think I'll say, but I think I'm effectively done with my preparation now, Tristan.
All right.
I'm listening to the Wing Commander Overture at the moment. I'm hoping it will inspire me to have good words.
Too bad. You shall not pass.
Be careful, this is me in Roll20. It's entirely possible that I shall not pass my checks.
It'll either be nat 20s or 3.
So, as we left off...
Don't worry, if you fail miserably, all I'll do is initiate the hostile negotiation.
I believe when we left off, you guys had just entered the magnificent mansion, ridiculously complicated illusionary overlay.
Yes, because when when you're a part of a species of tricksters, you have to layer that shit to make it good. I have an illusion over a real building with a portal leading to a fake building within the real building.
And then another illusion to prevent people from going through the door to leave.
Which brings me to the follow-up statement. What now?
Well, I'm trying to recall specifically because that I had to do that like shortly before
Yeah.
her arrival. I don't recall her actually arriving.
Yeah, there was a whole conversation of what the hell a handsome cab is.
Okay.
What color? What now?
David didn't know what a handsome cab is.
Yeah.
So I had to explain that. Which is how I remember she arrived, because we had that discussion about what a cab is.
Well, in that case, then I do believe she's inside.
Like I said, you guys have just passed through the entry portal, and are now in the Magnificent Mansion. What would you like to do now?
Does she have like any coat or anything that needs to be hung? Or...
Given the time of year, let's see. Let me look at her art. Yeah, she'd have like a cloak.
And I guess one of the staff members will come over to retrieve her cloak and put it in a. I think they're actually called like cloak closets.
Mm-hmm.
I need to freaking look up her damn name again, because the name I have in my head is not her actual name. Okay, there we go.
I just want to say this. I'm going to be sitting at the table of Tibbs, scratching Tibbs' head.
Aw.
He's the cat.
I will go along with it.
Well, Kalina, if you could come this way to the table over here, and I'll make a gesture for her to proceed ahead.
Okay. She will follow.
Okay. I'll go and I'll.
It only gives us a white cat. Because then I can powers this. Oh well.
Okay. I'll take a seat then and have one of the staff come over with obviously, since everything's an illusion, fictitious menus. As I do believe the Magnificent Mansion can really produce like any food in existence.
Yep, pretty much.
I will be right back in a moment. I'm gonna go stuff clothes in the closet. So unless I just didn't want that noise to be able to call, so I'm just gonna mute myself.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm almost back to my apartment.
So, I guess I'll place my order. Should be. Yeah. Yeah, some like teriyaki steak with a side of pumpkin tempura.
Ain't you fancy?
What, hugging a burr?
Everything possible. I'm going to ask for the rare sweet tea of peach pie.
Do you want an umbrella with that?
She'll keep it relatively simple. You know, something like a light salad and some dark tea of some kind.
No one shall deny me my most rare sweet tea.
The name is something, you know, elvish.
I may have asked this before, but I'm going to ask again anyway. Is she armed in her current attire?
There is a. Come to me.
Let me consult the Book of Jaga.
Because I want to say that's one of the differences between the two traditions.
Justice Coulter, give me sight beyond sight.
Yeah, she actually has to carry her weapon, so yeah, she does have a rapier-like blade on her side.
Okay.
Then when she sits down, she takes it off and is kind of just leaning on the table.
Okay. Is it the same one that I usually see her wear?
It's... You have not seen her carrying a weapon when you have seen her wandering around the church.
Okay.
But you can probably presume, based on what Aurora has told you, that it is probably the weapon that she normally carries.
Okay. Do we know if and again forgive me if this has been stated earlier in the adventure.
Yeah, you're fine.
Do we know if Corvus is in fact like her home or just a place she's currently residing?
Based on what her uncle, the priest, told you, this is where she lives.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, what do you think of Corvus as of late being, well, a native as you are?
As of late? Is that why you called me here? To ask me about the city? Alright, well... Is there anything in particular you would like me to think? It's a city. It's politically corrupt as any other city. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer.
Well, that's a rather broad insight, though. Not there's anything, I was merely...
It was a very broad question.
Oh.
How did no? So Tibbs will speak up. He was like has this rather bleak outlook on the city affected the way that you interact with it?
Now you see, that's more of a question now, isn't it?
I'm a cat. We are inquisitive.
I'm still scratching the top of his head.
I'm gonna say Tiz will look at you and he will say 2 more minutes. Then I will be then I will be contractually obligated to claw you.
If you could somehow hurt me doing that, then sure.
Who said hurt you? I just mean I have to. As a cat, I'm contractually obligated to take a swipe at you once I feel that too much time has passed, and that time is as arbitrary.
And that time was arbitrarily fast approaching.
I have no complaints.
Right. But yes, that's effectively the question I kind of posed to her.
Well, in regards to that, can you repeat her GM?
Oh, it was like has your rather bleak outlook on the city, and it's I'm saying the way that it's run, has that affected the way that you interact with it?
Yes and no. It affects where I spend my time and who I spend it with.
Have you tried to take any sort of have you tried to take any sort of measures by which to make the place any better?
What adventurer doesn't?
Well then, what have you managed to accomplish?
Not as much as I would like. I spend my adventuring funds and my inheritance where I can. Try to do work with my uncle. Doesn't seem to get accomplish much. Usually gets eaten up by taxes or necessary bribes and donations.
I'll say Tibbs will kind of quirk an eyebrow. Necessary bribes.
Well, obviously you can't open a soup kitchen without a permit. And that permit can take forever with the bureaucracy, but a whisper in the right ear here and there. A little bit of grease for the wheels.
Okay. I'll say Tibbs will kind of laugh. Tibbs will kind of chuckle to himself. He was like, really? I feel like I open up a soup kitchen almost every day.
And when you're constantly on the road and you don't have to, you're probably gone before the authorities show up. That's not as much of a problem. When you're trying to be a more permanent fixture.
He was, I'll say Tibbs is gonna kind of look. He was like, I will admit I am on the road. He was like, I will admit I'm on the road a bit more, but I was not aware that feeding people was illegal.
It's technically not.
Feeding people is not illegal. However, given that in the city of Corvus all space is claimed by some entity or another, you have to make sure the place that you were setting up to feed people is okay with you doing so.
She does have a point.
And I'll say Tibbs is going to kind of look. He was like, obviously, the city is a bit more corrupted than I thought. If people have problems with you, dishing out food to the needy on their property.
Nothing comes for free, especially in a city.
And it would be, as you said, Tibbs, on their property. I know if I were running a kingdom, I would like to know what's going on the streets and that people weren't stepping on each other's toes too much. Not that I run a kingdom.
I'll say Tibbs will kind of like not so much look side eye at you, but just at the idea of like, it was like if people actually cared about what was going on in their kingdom, there wouldn't be starving people now, would it?
one can care.
They
But
see it was like they see what they want to see, and they see what they can make a profit off of.
well,
And that's commerce.
and there's also a matter of resources. Though most resources can be distributed amicably. David cannot say the word amicably.
You just did.
There.
One day you will.
However, most people don't.
Okay. When I spend more time seeing food in the trash, when I end up seeing more food in the trash than I see in people's bellies, that's a bit of a problem. I'm not saying that everything should be for free, but things should be have a bit of easier access. And I will, and I'll look at her. I'm like, I do agree that things around here need to be better. And I hope that what you're, and I'm very thankful for what you're so far, what you're telling us that you're doing to help, to try and make change around here. And I'm not exactly certain of what your methods are to accomplish these, but but I do believe that you have the best of intentions, and that you wouldn't do anything in order to attempt to hurt the people who live here.
I hurt who I have to make sure that justice is properly distributed. Yes.
Tails look kind of quirking out. I was like, so who requires a thorough beating?
Well, that depends on the day, doesn't it?
Well, it's Wednesday, so who gets beat up today?
Well, as you pointed out, those who impede, their lessers from getting what they need.
I assume that you tried the talking route, and that didn't go too well.
Which begs a rather interesting question. How does an adventurer, especially one with a profile such as yourself, operate in a place such as Corvus? I would think something as quaint as a... Okay, do Adventurers Guilds actually... I believe we've used the term Adventurers Guilds before.
Guilds exist, yeah.
Okay, but saying Adventurers Guild is actually a categorical thing versus... Okay. I figure I would presume that something as quaint and mundane as a adventurer's license isn't something that you would stay satisfied with.
Well, a license doesn't exactly help me accomplish my goals, does it?
Exactly. Which again begs the question how an adventurer such as yourself could operate in a place such as Corvus.
Connections, title, money. I technically, inherited a seat on in the House of Lords. That gives me some sway.
Well,
I inherited a reasonably decent fortune, which also allows me to grease the wheels. My word carries. My uncle runs one of the largest churches in Corvus. That also gives me some access to some influence.
So your form of adventuring then is that of the ebb and flow of influential power versus the practical, hands-on methodologies.
Currently, I've done direct. Sometimes I have to be more direct. Sometimes, the application of other methods is fine. I used to, adventure in the field with Aurora and the others. Currently, I'm taking care of responsibilities here.
Is there perhaps a form of assistance that we could render in your current goals?
Unlikely.
I quite frankly find that hard to believe, considering what consists of our group, strong in both martial, religious, and mystic pursuits.
You're already helping my uncle. That's enough. It's like you guys are talented, from what I've been told. But in this particular instance, your particular set of skills is not very useful to my current aims.
Can I insight Kalina to see if that's kind of a thing of, oh yes, help my uncle so you can be distracted from, so you can be looking over there.
You can certainly try.
Oh, my insight is balls. Yeah.
That teacup is an impeccable deflector.
The slipping of tea, it's too much. Indeed. Oh, it's good to know that we are at least being of some use then. I take it you're aware of what our current endeavor is in detail. Then I assume you're privy to things you report.
I probably could be if I was so inclined. My uncle opted not to come to me with this in the first place, so I presume he wants me not to be involved. Therefore, I have not delved too deeply into the matter. I do have my own activities to keep myself occupied.
Okay, can I know I probably won't pick anything up on this, but can I roll perception to see if I can sniff out any scent of... Since we know the witches were raised, like any scent of
The cave.
I was gonna say undeath, but that's not really a scent.
That's a magical thing.
Corpse or anything like a grave like nature.
Sure.
I'm also going to do my insight, because that's my goal to begin with.
I'm not gonna insight. I don't care enough.
Damn, Kodo.
Yas.
That is a 27 for Koto. Which falls into a very hard category.
Is the good.
You're not picking up the scent of death or decay specifically, but there is a lot of, perfumes and shampoos and stuff that, you've come to associate with rich people that, is obfuscating her scent to a certain degree.
I figured that'd be there.
There is a certain level of outdoorsy smell, though, that is just barely trickling through all the other scents. That it could be a form of perfume, since a lot of perfumes are made from like flowers and stuff, but it also could be the scent of somebody who has recently been, outside the city and actually interacting with nature directly. In terms of Kriv, I see the insight check. What are you inciting for? I need a general sense of what you're shooting for, so I have an idea of what to, what I can say. Because you can't just drop insight and say I want to know everything. You got to aim it a little bit.
No, I know. I kind of said I was checking the general idea of what she was saying to compare it to what we know. Like, is her own goals actually conducive to the town, or is she just putting up a front?
Okay, based on that phrasing, she's being somewhat evasive, which was somewhat obvious.
Yeah.
There does seem to be a sense that she does not seem to be the sort that would want innocent casualties or people to get harmed that are not again directly her target or the source of her ire. She's not the sort for indiscriminate destruction. There's definitely a certain level of annoyance or ire with the aristocracy. And they're based on the undercurrents in body language, and there seems to be some form the way she was talking when she was talking about justice and such. It does sound like there's some sort of personal stake in that philosophy / discussion.
No. Take a few bites of my food, trying to give a few moments or a pause in case other people want to say anything. I do realize that we've mainly been leading this conversation. Do you have any questions of us?
Nothing in particular. Kenshi, I already know. And the rest of you are pretty easy to figure out.
I try. Must say transparency is the easiest way to build trust.
I wouldn't be surprised if you know of recent things of me.
Recent enough. I know what Aurora's told me. But I was able to pick up myself by asking around a little bit.
So I was just thinking, better not talk to that tower sage guy. Cobalt bastards.
You're a powerful sorcerer with a glass jaw.
Oh, that is unfortunately very true. No matter how many times it gets hit, it just refuses to grow thicker skin.
Well, you are a very scrawny sorcerer, so that's to be expected.
It's like you're a sorcerer. You're expected to conjure your own thick skin.
With the things we've encountered, you'd be surprised. What can get through. What was it? Soul crystallizing creatures ourselves a entire forest falling to the dark, shadow itself, an ancient evil that we find. I wouldn't be surprised if one of these buildings turned out to be some artificial creation turning out to have arms and legs and filled with weaponry.
Well, nothing within Corvus is what it seems.
That is quite obvious. Given what you've stated, your own inclinations of wanting to make things better for those of Corvus, were you at all aware of what occurred at, and David's thinking there was a name to that particular witch entombment that we were just at that was slightly outside the city?
I don't believe it had a name. It was just the witch's tomb.
Okay, which
Because
is
again, they were trying not to publicize where they buried them, so giving it a name, makes it easy to remember.
yeah. Okay. Oh my god, her name is not what's in my head. Kalina. Okay. Given Kalina's proximity to situation, I'd imagine she got an idea of what I'm talking about. Anyway, where's that? Right. Yeah, given your inclination of improving things for those of Corvus, do you have any opinion or knowledge of what has recently occurred at the witch's tomb? I'll look over to one of the waiters. Can we get a bottle of hot sake over here, please?
If you mean the place where they interred my mother's friends, yes, I'm aware. Or rather, I'm aware that the place exists.
So you are...
Obviously, you are alluding to something having transpired out there in the wilderness.
Yes. From what you're saying, then I take it that you are genuinely unaware of the recent happenings.
I've had no reason to seek out the location or be aware of anything transpiring there. Last I checked, that was supposed to be a carefully guarded state secret. Which begs the question how you knew about it.
We're adventurers.
So am adventure. That's just because you're an adventurer doesn't mean you know where every lost tomb, dungeon, or crypt is. I'll presume that has something to do with what my uncle has tasked you with.
I do believe you're intelligent enough to know how correct or incorrect your presumptions are. With the status and connections that you had mentioned yourself having, I had myself presumed a certain amount of all-encompassing intelligence of information.
My network is vast, but it can't tell me what I don't ask of it.
Fair.
And my interests have been closer to home of late.
Completely divorced from your uncle's request, then. These interests of yours.
My interests are not directly related to my uncle's request, whatever that may be. At least I presume it is not, as otherwise he would have come to me directly.
I think she looks to be late teens, early 20s.
That would be, a good guess. I mean, it's hard to tell with elves in general, but you were inclined to think that she's probably similar age to Aurora, so yeah.
Okay. And the trial took place
10 years ago.
10 years ago. Meaning she... Okay. But the witch stuff did deal with her uncle's sister.
One of the members of the coven that was killed, 10 years ago was her mother, which is the father's sister. Yes.
Yeah, that, okay, so and if I may be so bold, given your tight connection with Corvus itself, and I would presume its surrounding area as well.
What's fiddling stuff on top of the microphone?
Sorry.
Um,
I was digging through a luggage case.
Okay.
What are you aware of in terms of witches?
I am aware there is a belief that such a thing exists. They are generally not received well. I'm aware my own mother was executed under the accusation of being one. I am aware that from time to time, the various churches, have executed women of such crimes. To my understanding, the technical definition within the Republic of a witch could also be considered a synonym for the state of being an apostate, i.e. unlicensed. Generally practicing what is considered the dark arts, arcane knowledge that is deemed unnatural. So typically, one would associate them, if you believe the tales, with necromancy and curses.
And if I might ask, what is your opinion on such things? The law may certainly state something to be illegal or not, but that does not necessarily match the individual's take on the situation.
My personal opinion is that the weave is neutral. It bears no leanings one way or the other towards what we consider good or evil. So it's less about the ways you harness it in terms of what techniques you wish to execute, and more a matter of how you got there and why. There's only a tangential difference between, say, resurrection and animating a corpse. One's certainly easier than the other, at least if the texts are to be believed, which is why more schools of magic encompass the ability to create a zombie than can encompass the ability to return a soul to its body.
Tris, and I assume I have to make a new roll for this.
Yes, generally, anytime you are suspicious of a statement or line of questioning, you have to make a new insight check. You don't just drop one for the whole conversation.
That is very true, but that's not what I was going to ask.
Okay.
Would I need to roll, given the perception roll I rolled earlier, to tell whether there is a, whether it sounds like there's a, she has spell components on her?
That would be a different perception roll because that would be more vision based. Generally, component pouches tend to be very well sealed. That way, if they get wet or something, the spell components still work. So any sense that would likely be in there are probably not going to be getting out of the pouch, assuming she has a component pouch versus, say, an arcane focus.
Right.
Or is like you and other sorcerers where they require no components aside from ones that actually have monetary cost.
I mean, is there anything overt on her that could be an arcane focus?
The nature of arcane focuses are so diverse and personalized that, I mean, you could make some educated guesses, perhaps with an Arcana check, but
in which case,
without knowing the nature of her type of casting, it makes it really hard to guess.
Okay. In that case, if I could make both a perception check and an Arcana check on those 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Oh no! Oh no!
Well, you don't see any pouches or holy symbols or anything of the like that you would likely associate with an arcane focus, or even a divine focus. She's not even wearing, like, say, the holy symbol of her uncle's church or anything like that. But based on that Arcana check, I can tell you that, again, with the diverse nature of arcane foci, there are several items on her person that might qualify. Like, she's got, like a ring and a necklace, potentially even her weapon.
Actually, hell, can I just silent cast to detect magic? Oh, verbal semantic. Then yeah, due to my charisma and such, yeah, I can just cast that shit. Cool. Okay, detect magic. Let me mark 2 off my magics. For a second, I was like, why's my soul point so low? Oh, yeah, because I did, multi-layer illusion shit. That's where my mana went. Okay, so I'll have detect magic active.
Based on detect magic, the rapier does not appear to be magical.
That's mildly surprising to the player.
Check detect magic.
I can click it if you'd like.
Okay, can penetrate most players, most black. Okay, you do sense magic on her person, but there's nothing, say, glowing or anything.
Okay.
Which could mean it's, say, in a bag on her person or behind her back.
Okay, and there's nothing registering as of the necromantic scroll.
There is nothing currently glowing on her that is registering as necromantic.
Okay. Would it be deception to... And I believe we've done this before. Basically, I want to... Since I don't believe I don't recall us having any kind of telepathic network set up, to give a glance to the... to Tibbs and Kriv, essentially wanting to be like, mind if I be blunt and to the point?
Charisma-based sleight of hand.
Okay.
I'm pulling shit out of my ass.
Oh no, I'm not good at sleight of hand. Or a D12, not a DD12. That'll just break everything. Oh.
Okay.
Well, there you go then.
Based on that roll, anybody he is trying to silently communicate with can make me a insight check to see if they pick up his signal. So in this case, that would be Tibbs and Crib.
Okay.
Alright, Crib, you got it. Tibbs. Brian.
Yes. Sorry, it was doing the thing.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. What are you asking?
Insight check, so you can understand David's silent communication.
Woohoo!
I'm glad I went with Charismatic Sleight because my first one was Charismatic Hand, and I'm like, no, that sounds really bad.
Let me see. I do not believe. Let's see. Insight, I believe, is intelligence. Is it wisdom? Let's see. Insight is. Oh, never mind. I'm incredibly good at this. Hold on. I was like, wait. I was like, I might not be good at this. Like,
I'm glad everyone else around me is really good at that. Because it's like, I'm good at deception, intimidation, persuasion. But, screw reading people.
look, a king doesn't need to know.
That's what advisors
a king
are
doesn't
for.
need to know. I'll say a king doesn't need to know about his people.
Okay, whatever message David is trying to send you, you two will understand. Feel free to phrase it in the form of a sentence.
We are with the smart.
At this point, I'm wanting to drop pretenses and directly ask her a few questions, including at this point, I would say possible doppelganger that we have partially seen.
Well, I actually am good at sleight of hand, so I have no problem with nodding and agreeance.
I'll just casually nod. I ain't that concerned.
I mean, I don't really care.
Okay. Oh my gosh, my brain. No, it is not Weiss.
It's totally Weiss. It's okay.
I'm trying, but my wife's impression is shit.
Well, I believe you know the answer to this. I will phrase this in the form of a question anyway. Kalina, would you be too offended if I drop some pleasantries and ask a few questions of you?
Oh, by all means. I'm surprised it took you this long. You obviously asked me here with an intent, and I assume it was not to sample your ghost tea. Your arm came off again.
Okay, out of context, that sounded really bad.
Yeah.
Your arm, just water hands that back on.
What a hand.
Kyoto will give a small smirk. For some, respecting their positions and social stature is more of a boon. There is a uh, witch issue here, and our investigations so far have given us indications that it's a person that could conceivably be yourself. From what I can tell of you, you don't have any strong magic or necromantic inclinations. So then I must ask, how is there someone that looks so much like you in build and manner of dress?
Also being spectacularly gorgeous. I'm just gonna add that randomly.
I'm gonna say, do we know it? It was like, do we know any? I was like, you wouldn't have to know anything about this person, anyone potentially, dressing as you or pretending to be you. ... Friend in the corner, you're hot.
I was like, my thoughts like roll flirt.
It was like you are. It was like you are a very well talented, very talented magic caster. Please marry me.
Yeah, Makona will just pause for a moment, just like really not expecting
that the person's
Crib to
gorgeous,
say that.
And the only gorgeous person I know who wears a white dress is her.
She just sips completely unfazed, like, damn straight I know I'm not.
You're cute. You're fucking right. I am.
I'll admit, I like the arrogance.
So yes, you see our concern. Why? And I have a few ideas after some things you've said. Would someone pretend to be you for the purposes of
Came off again.
necromantic things? I would be quite unintelligent to assume you had no one wanting to get back at you for anything you may have done that would have been perceived as a slight, or or perhaps your family and you being a target. Damn,
You might just need to redo the tape.
Yeah.
Well, obviously there's no one in the city without their enemies, and the higher up the food chain you are, the more powerful your enemies become.
Yes, like maybe even a queen, but that's a discussion for another time.
And being the daughter of one of the witches from said trial 10 years ago, I can only imagine how easy of a target or scapegoat I'd make for such an endeavor.
At the moment, all that's been stated is rather obvious things. Do you have anyone that's an enemy of yours that could possess such power?
Well, based on what you've described, all it requires is somebody with either a scroll or necromantic inclinations and a disguise kit. Not even that much of a disguise kit.
The person would also have to be very agile and very likely a native, considering the shown acumen with the navigation of alleyways and acrobatic
So
feats.
you're looking for a local mage capable of animating the dead and casting the most basic of disguise spells.
Your typical mage would not be able to, say, wall hop. Because if you do so with, say, the jump spell, that's a rather different posturing than gymnastics and acrobatics.
Have you seen said individual wall hop? Yeah, you're definitely going to have to redo the tape.
Yeah. From what I'm recalling, when we looked back, there was clear signs of acrobatics.
There were still signs of grace and athletic training. There wasn't any like Jackie Chan wall running or anything. It was just
I thought there was like box hopping and shit.
Like box vaulting, not.
Okay.
And again, there was a certain athleticism and grace to them that lent itself to like some form of like acrobatic or dance training or something along those lines.
While she's refuting that it could be her, I'd like to do an insight check to see if she's telling the truth.
Well, feel free.
Similar enough actions. Athleticism and poise that is not traditionally associated with that of magical excellence.
Ryan.
I got him. We were getting blasted out by the TV. Technically, she has refuted nothing. She has just pointed out the very flimsy nature of your argument. And in that regard, there is no deceit. She definitely feels your argument is flimsy at best. You're quoting circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so based on your statement, we're looking here in the capital. It's especially if it's somebody who would know me well enough to want to target me. Your best bet is somebody in the upper crust, at which point they're going to have a certain level of grace that's been trained into them since they were old enough to walk. Grace can also be faked with magic, especially if they're using, again, said most simplest of disguise spells. It's a simple illusion can alter the appearance of your movements to a certain degree.
Oh, I am
making somebody who's just casually walking seem far more graceful than they actually are.
I am very aware of illusory magics and their capabilities. I tend to have a easier time seeing through them than others. In that particular case, I didn't notice such, but that of course doesn't mean that it's not wasn't there. Quite frankly, I was hoping that with your lifetime of experience in Corvus and, well, concern for those of lower stature, that you would, obviously not being the person that we're particularly looking for, would have more information or areas to further our own investigations. I see that, well, the entire proclamation of anyone in the upper crust, which this being Corvus, would be many.
Based on the information you have given me, that is not enough for me to narrow it down for you.
Well, for instance, is there anywhere here where that necromancy could be found in tomes or books? I doubt your magic academies would be keeping forbidden magics in them, if they are actually such.
Actually, I'd be quite surprised if said magic academies didn't have texts on the subject, most likely locked away in their forbidden chambers of their libraries. Because, again, there are plenty of perfectly acceptable necromantic spells that get flung about. So there's, what is it, false life, in which one temporarily, gives himself enhanced vigor. A favorite of both wizards and clerics, Toll the Dead.
Yes, but that's a far cry from
Ray of Sickness.
From reanimating
Ray of
zombies, and well.
But as for what you are asking specifically in terms of texts regarding animating the dead, again, I would be surprised if they were not, squirreled away in the circle's various towers, both the study of how to create them, and by understanding that, how to undo them. The Cobalt Soul also has texts on the subject.
Well, the Cobalt Soul is a group obsessed with finding and maintaining information of the past for Ayun and
many seminaries
those.
also have texts on the subject. For teaching their priests how to turn and combat the undead, they have to, again, understand the undead.
Yes, but clergy aren't exactly your traditional masters of the weave. And as far as undoing it, I do believe that disentangling the weave itself doesn't necessarily require not knowledge of the spell, just knowledge of the bindings of magic.
True, but it's certainly easier when you understand what effect you're trying to unbind. Is it not easier to untie a knot when you understand how the knot was put together in the first place? Not that you can't do it without understanding, but it does make the task easier.
If a particular knot was forbidden, I would question teaching the forbidden just to learn how to more detailedly undo it, while there are other efficient means of undoing it in the broader stroke, at least from an organizational standpoint.
Which is again why such texts are probably locked away in the restricted sections of their libraries.
Well, at which point we're not merely talking about some sort of meager acolyte. As an acolyte, I presume, would not have enough power to break the arcane locks and wards of such a section, though I suppose I could convince someone else to do so. But yes.
Well, it sounds like you have quite the riddle before you.
I know a member of the Cobalt Soul would be your enemy.
More likely a member of the Circle than the Cobalt Soul, but I suppose anything is possible.
The two of you and I will be looking at about to call her Carmilla. Kalina. Kalina and Kriv.
Are they always this quiet?
Oh, those two?
Well, I presumed if you were inviting, your friends were inviting me up for a meal, that,
that they
You
would
wouldn't be
speak.
the only one speaking. Yes.
It depends on the day.
I also don't feel like
No, so
commenting on the goings of the city that I am disappointed in as a knight.
Well, and also, I'm not saying also if he's I'll say this is his house. I can't exactly be telling people, what to do.
Well, the two of you are far more familiar with the concept of these circle of magi than I am. Would Corvus merely have one tower of magi, or would this line of investigation require us to go to a smattering of academies?
Any of you can answer this question based on your own experiences. Generally, there is one tower chapter per city.
Okay.
So there would be one tower housing all of the, members in residence.
Assuming they don't have their own places and things like that.
Their own places.
I assume not everyone lives in the tower. That's what I'm saying.
No. The tower would be like, their organizational headquarters. Some would live there, some, but they are permitted to have their own residences off-site.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. It's not like they would all live there.
Sure, we can. I'll say we can head upstairs, and I say, are we going to? What were we suggesting? Dinner?
I'm pretty sure you guys are already having dinner.
Okay. I must say, I just remember drinks. I didn't remember ordering food, but okay.
Oh, Kodo's ordered some food, for instance.
I'd say you've had the option to order food if you wanted it.
Okay. We can have anything we want, right?
The place is capable of conjuring whatever the hell you want, yes.
Sweet. I want smoked salmon.
I'm gonna order sweet tea that is so sweet that there's more sugar than there is tea.
I'm certainly glad that at least so far you've allayed my my concerns about this unfortunate business of necromancy involving you as the perpetrator.
Oh, is that your concern?
I thought the opening sentence, as soon as I was being blunt, had made that concern somewhat obvious.
It was, but I still, enjoy hearing you come out and actually say it.
Yes, I prefer friends of friends not being evil.
Yeah, that'd be most unfortunate. But the thing that surprises me the most is that you think the enemies are a part of the circle, but at the same time, you don't give any specific example of someone who would be willing to go for the extra effort to try to frame you.
I caught that as well.
Can you explain that? Because obviously, if that would be a deeper enemy if they're going as far as to to resurrect or raise dead convicted witches and proceed to frame you for doing it.
If I went down the list of everyone I have pissed off, within the circle especially, we'd be here all night.
Kenshi and I don't need sleep.
Good for you.
I know that's beside the point. One of my curiosities is I believe you would have been a much younger child at the time of the trials.
Indeed.
So then, anyone that has a attachment to that, wanting to bring them specifically forth, why would they choose essentially to take on a guise similar enough to what would have been the young daughter at the time? And if this is someone who was an enemy of the witches, why bring them up in front of you in the first place? So it would have to be someone that either was in alliance with them or could use them for their own gain. Clearly, with there not being chaos at the moment, it's not just a matter of using necromancy to bring back witches to cause even directed chaos, much less random chaos.
That also doesn't answer the fact that random people who were only witness to the trial and made the final decision to be enacted are being resurrected as well.
If I were maliciously evil and I held a grudge against a trial, or the outcome of a trial, I could see resurrecting judges and witnesses just to torture them, though, I mean, at that point it would be literal resurrection versus the ghoulification. Unless I checked, if you are zombies or ghouls, you don't exactly have an aware mind.
To my understanding, in the case of zombies and ghouls and other lesser undead, that would be correct.
Do you have any memories of the events surrounding the trial and the trial itself?
Some. I mean, I was very young at the time. And my uncle did try to shield me from the worst of it.
You know, since you've mentioned that, obviously your mother was accused and convicted. Was she a magic user, like of skill?
I'd say she was average.
Average as of one of the circle?
Yeah.
Does Kodo have any practical knowledge about the circles? I was presuming he didn't, since he was before before they were erected.
You can make me an Arcana or History. You've got that layperson level knowledge.
Okay, in that case, then would I have an idea of what a average caster for the circle means? Are we talking like court wizard or a conjurer of tricks?
More than a conjurer, less than a court wizard.
I guess more mechanically speaking, are you
your
talking
average
like fourth level spell?
like your average person will be equivalent to the generic mage stat block in the monster manual.
That actually has a fair number of spells.
But I think they cap out at like second or third level.
Oh, okay, less than I thought.
I think. Let me double check that because I believe they were actually in my compendium.
I thought it was like fourth, which is why I was like.
Normal mage. Normal mage is CR6 and caps out at 5th level. I'm sorry.
Fifth. Okay. I was thinking fourth, but fifth.
Okay. So yeah. Yeah, mage is a 9th level spellcaster. So somewhere in the average would be somewhere in say the character level 7th to 9th level. So 4th and 5th level magic.
No advanced classes or anything of that nature.
I am not aware of my mother participating in any such things, no.
I take it your uncle then exerted his own influence to have her entombed where she is currently entombed.
It was a special request, yes. One the magistrate was willing to grant under the pretext of it being an example to future heretics.
As I understand it, it's not exactly an easy place to access.
Intentionally so. They've sealed off the sections of the catacombs below the city where she's interred. The statue in front of the church being the only marker that can be easily accessed. And even then, that doesn't grant you access to the catacombs below.
Well, it wouldn't be much of an example if you couldn't show it off.
That's what the statue's for. The statue serves as the grave marker. She herself is interred in the catacombs beneath the statue. The section of the catacombs that can be accessed, that would access said site beneath the statue, has been sealed off.
How upset was your uncle at the turning of events?
His sister was executed, so he seemed pretty upset. He still grieves and visits the marker whenever he has a free moment and he thinks no one's looking. Make sure it's well maintained and the like.
But yet, no.
If you wish to accuse my uncle of something, be plain, though I would point out if he was the one who saw it, why would he have hired you in the first place to look into it?
I am going to look at Kodo and drink by this.
And then, on top of that, proceed to implicate me in the said crime. If he wanted to be rid of me, he could have just, left me on the street.
Grief and love isn't exactly a sensical thing. what I was thinking is your mother actually in the grave?
I witnessed the burial, yes.
That...
I mean, it was a closed casket, considering they burned her at the stake, but...
Tibbs, would burning someone to ashes stop you from being able to reconstitute them?
I'll say Tibbs are looking. It was like not someone of my. It was like not someone of my proficiency. No.
But Tibbs is a very advanced caster, and also burning someone at the stake doesn't usually. You still have the skeleton and some remains. It doesn't turn them completely to ash.
I know.
The less of them there is, the higher the magic needs to be in order to be able to bring them back.
I mean, I figured they weren't exactly cremated.
Well, technically, even there a pile of ash, I can technically bring them back.
More to my point is just because it was seen, illusion or not, doesn't make it always so.
Indeed.
So are we implying that they're still alive, just underneath the? Just buried off somewhere.
Well,
at this point, I'm not sure what you're implying. You're all over the map.
Well, David's trying to figure out viable angles to investigate.
Not disputing that. I'm just saying, GM is GM is not entirely sure what angle you guys are coming from at this point.
Because, I mean, our investigation thus far hasn't really provided a firm direction, and I was hoping Kalina, being the person or not, could provide something. So far we have the towers, or rather the Tower of Magi. But the thing that's getting me, and I'll be speaking as good at this point. What's bugging me is it would need to be someone with personal stakes in the either in the trial specifically, or closeness with the Covenant, or else why even pursue the methods and targets that are being pursued? One would think that would narrow down the possibilities, because at the moment we have resurrected or in some form raised witches. We have someone who, intentionally or not, I would lean more towards intentionally, take on something very similar to your visage, Kalina. I mean, okay, witchcraft being illegal. Witchcraft specifically. Necromancy aside.
Witchcraft is generally seen as the one of several terms used for any magic user who is using spells that are deemed illegal in general. It is, again, it's a synonym to apostate. It's also used out in the boonies by people who aren't educated enough to know what a real mage is. So it's like she's the village witch.
Yeah, but what group pushed forth what constitutes an apostate? The obvious would be
the Circle.
The Circle.
The Circle was founded to, as it says in the historical thing, the Circle was founded to decide what magic was and was not kosher.
Right, but do they possess such bureaucratic influence here in Corvus as well?
Yes.
They're not.
Corvus is the capital. This would be the head chapter.
Okay.
This is likely where such decisions were made in the first place. It's actually probably the oldest circle.
And the circle is the Republic's version of this. The other empires have their own ways of dealing with it.
As I say, it is their job to license, magic users and enforce the laws of, magic. Deal with illegal spellcasting and unlicensed casting and all that.
Kalina, are you aware of anyone in the tower, the circle specifically, that would have a personal connection with the coven or outcome of the trial beyond the feelings a layperson would have of an apostate?
Well, I imagine that several of them were involved in said trial, given it was the trial of a magic user. Also, again, several of my mother, for example, was a part of the circle. I don't know if I was not old enough to know if all of them were, but that would imply that they had at least friends and connections within the circle.
Did any of them have a particular dislike of you or the fact that she had child?
I know plenty who have dislike of me currently, but again, that's not uncommon among mages and aristocracy. We're not as catty about it as the Lodge over in the Silken Empire, but rivalries, feuds, disputes. The age-old argument of whether those who possess magical ability should be allowed to hold seats within the House of Lords or the House of Commons.
Is the magistrate a member of the circle?
No, the magistrate, I believe his name's Borlock. Double check that. Gotta flip all the way back.
Because at this point, I'm just trying to form connections.
Yeah, Magistrate Borlock. Yeah, Magistrate Borlock is a mundane to my knowledge. He's human, so that would more than likely cinch that he's a mundane, unless he's made a pact or some other.
Yes. As I'm sure all of us are aware, humans don't have
They're blind
the
to
ability to capture magic on their own.
Yes, they are deaf to the rhythm of the weave.
At this point, it looks like the only other lead we really have, especially given the necromancy involved, would be the Corvus chapter of the Circle of Magi. Now, again, Kalina, I'm certainly glad that, well, it didn't turn out to be you that we had to confront.
I'm glad I could assuage your worries.
Crew of Tibbs, do you have any thoughts or objections to the line of investigation that I'm considering?
Not the moment, no.
Well, I can't think of a reason to be against it.
I say she seems innocent enough, or at least if there is any semblance of like. I must say, I believe whatever's causing this is effectively trying to. I must say knows about the instant levels of suspicion that would go around this person, and to an extent, I must say to an extent, I'd honestly say that we kind of jumped into that maybe this person did it type mentality. I must say when I don't really think we had. I mean, it's the reasonable thing to do, but we kind of didn't really have a reason to assume. Did we really have a reason to assume her besides she kind of messes with necromancy?
Well,
as far as you know, she doesn't do anything with necromancy.
Right. No, it was based off of the manner of dress, shown grace and ability and general build.
So we profiled her.
Yeah, you profiled her after pulling a Lori and looking into the past.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Okay.
the lines of information that we have really so far doesn't have like any kind of direct dot connections.
Okay.
You have circumstantial evidence and suspicion. Yes.
Right, and that's all we've been able to find.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Even with
Cool.
the ability to, scry the past, we haven't been able to find anything of the initial assailant to attempt to do actual scries. The people that we've talked to have had little to no information. The witches having come out from from their tomb, from the witch's tomb, and it's like Kalina had via her mother had connection, her uncle has connection, and it would be rather deep and personal, which could sprout into vengeance, which again, if you have the ability to raise the dead of those that were associated with your loved one's death, then especially if it was viewed to you to be unjust. Again, I'm just kind of like trying to explain my logic here based off the information that we got.
Yeah.
I imagine I can kind of go around town just like, extracting people's memories and shit. And that's a way to get answers, but that's not the right way to get answers.
That sounds like pretty sure you can.
Yes, he very well can, and no, he very well shouldn't.
Yeah. Which one? It's like if I've missed something, because again things seem to be revolving around the trial, but the trial is so damn public that you have to focus on close, like those who would have personal ties. I mean, because we haven't really gotten any information on the Covenant either. Did the Covenant have allies? Did it consist of more members than was publicly known? Because this could be a wayward member of the Coven being like, you fucked with my sisters, let me screw the city. But again, whatever this plan is, the witches are gone. At least, so for those entombed in the witch's tomb. And there has not been instant destruction, wanton or targeted, which is one of the other things that's confusing, meaning someone is gathering forces of an undead nature, at least thus far, over the month, concerning this trial. For some reason, you don't just resurrect the dead with a historical trend for no reason.
I feel like,
and again, at first I was thinking vengeance, but no one's been targeted so far.
I feel like David's like, you don't just do this for no reason, and then Tristan like looks at the module, but looks back at the player, and then just kind of makes a face.
No. The module is at least well written enough to acknowledge that whoever is doing this is doing it for a reason.
Okay. I'm about to say, because I feel like Tristan would have just sat there like, yeah, it just looks at the reason for the motivation behind the villain, and it just says because evil.
I was just thinking, it's like no one just destroys a city because they can. Oh, you've forgotten one thing. I'm evil.
This has not done a Witcher module where like the villain's plan makes no sense or has no point.
I almost approve of that.
It's like, I kidnapped the children so the people would do what I say, but I didn't tell them I took their children so they would do what I say. As far as they know, their children just went missing. My plan is great.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
It's like, hostages are only useful if people know you have them, right?
Hostages are really hostages when people know they're hostages.
But no, despite not asking a few questions of the various townspeople, you guys have all the relevant information you are supposed to have for this point in the story.
Oh, okay.
That's what I say. I know it may sound like I'm like grasping, but it's like I don't think I've missed anything, and that sounds like we haven't missed anything aside from one or two things.
So far, the only thing that you have missed is the fact that you picked an option that was not one of the 5 options I read off. You have gone off book, which is fine.
Which is usual.
Yeah. And you have I'd say 98% of the relevant information you're supposed to have at this point. Anything you don't have is mostly things that would have been confirmed what you already have. It was like talking to some of the townspeople, they would reaffirm things you had already gotten, that kind of thing.
Okay. So then, the central chapter. It's fortunate that, well, we are us, or else I would be slightly concerned.
I'd be concerned if we weren't so awesome.
Quite frankly, yes. That reminds me.
That sounds like you have, a new lead then.
Thanks to discussing things with you. Yes, I very much appreciate that.
Oh, you are most welcome. I am glad I could be of service in your investigation. If you will excuse me, I do have duties I must attend to myself.
Yes, of course. I'll make it a tiny, gesture of, to be like, at your leave, but that gesture is also to, like, unconceal the door and shit.
Okay, unless anyone stops her. She will move to leave, pause at the entrance to the dining room and look back. I do wish you luck.
May you have fortune in your own endeavors.
She gives you a small smirk, a bow and leaves.
What a nice lady.
And given that you have unconcealed the door, actually leaves.
Yeah. You know what? Overall, I like this plan that we had because we had contingencies for if they were hostile, because we're in a little illusory place, no one else in the city would be hurt. You know, we did good for setting up a potential trap situation.
I hope it was
worked out well.
useful to you, since it seems to have made you more lost than you were when you started.
Oh no! The Majorcratic Tower of Huff and Puffles is
And the Majocracy across the border.
is a sensible thing considering we are dealing with necromancy. Unless, of course, like the church has necromancers.
Technically, clerics are very
Well, I mean,
very good
I
necromancers.
say clerics make amazing necromancers, especially if they're death domain clerics. They're arguably, as good, if not better, than the wizard necromancer.
okay. Cool. Oh. In that case, it sounds like we have a plan. I'm gonna finish
Do
my.
you? Because I'm fucking lost.
Oh.
Same here.
Really? Really? I thought it was clear earlier.
You see, this is what happens when only one person does the talking. They know what's going on. Everybody else is like, the fuck was that?
I was listening the whole time, and I was kind of like,
Well, the
Okay.
thought is go to the tower, the mage
yeah.
circle tower. Considering there was talk of forbidden spells and such. See if and see what connections are there.
The connections.
What the connections? Since it might be a bit moldy. Since and if there's none there,
It was Ada wrong the whole time.
and if there's no connections there, since again we are dealing with necromancy, the only other option would then be some vastly powerful member of the church. Which, I mean, from our interactions with Uncle Dearest, I didn't get the vibe of, Bahamut level casting. Did anyone else get the vibe of, I am so in tune with the power above that I can cause undead cretins to appear?
I didn't get that, but
Yeah,
I mean, I feel as if she knows people who know that, who can do that. I don't think she dabbles in it herself.
So, any thoughts as to this particular direction of investigation? I mean, it makes sense to me.
Investigate the circle. Oh boy.
Oh, don't worry, Kriv. I'll be there.
This should be fun.
I'm not sure if we can prove this out. Am I unlicensed as far as they're concerned?
I imagine you would have gotten some form of licensing, over a period of time, if only to make the piece. Now, whether it's a legit license or a forged license is up to you, but I imagine you would have some form of paperwork that would, make you acceptable, because otherwise you can't be on the continent, practicing magic, and you've all been way too public with your magic to have not, been licensed in some capacity.
You would hope.
See, but I've been casting for 1,000 years. Yeah, but there's laws now. But I'm before your laws.
Too bad no grandfather clauses.
That's definitely not how that works.
Okay. Oh, geez, I'm gonna have to spend money for this. The spell I'm about to cast. While I'm finishing up my meal, I will want to cast Contingency on myself. Contingency will be linked to dropping to 1 HP and casting Cure Light Wounds on myself. Because I can't use it to target anyone else but me anyway.
Wait, you're casting contingency on yourself and you're not going to try to cause a time paradox? Oh.
But I'm not going to do a what now?
You're not going to cause a time paradox with your shenanigans?
Nope, I don't need to cause a time paradox right now. I just want to prepare. Because contingency lasts 10 days. If we do this investigation for more than 10 days, something is wrong.
At this point, I put nothing past you guys.
You know what? You know what I read that as? You guys are so fucking off book, I don't even know how to steer this back on course.
Oh, I know how to steer it back on course, but that requires time to pass, so...
As long as it's not 10 days. This spell's so expensive to cast.
I'm just wondering...
Honestly, what's probably going on is we're probably too smart for the investigation.
I'm just wondering if you're actually going to finish Act 2 or just jump straight to Act 3.
Quite. Okay. Okay, so, anyone else want some more of this food?
I'll say I've eaten my fill.
Okay. I feel inexplicably lightheaded right now, though.
It sounds like you drink my sake.
I'll just hold the more sugar than tea, sweet tea in front of you. I don't think so.
It burns my nose. Why would you drink that?
It's tea. And it's good.
It's liquefied sugar cane.
Sweet tea. What's wrong with sweet tea?
It's a flavoring, not a liquid. Tibbs, you're a
Yes.
you're a priest. Show him the right amount of sugar to put in the tea.
Here, Kodo, why don't you have some?
No.
Yes, you cannot escape it.
As he forces Kodo to drink the tea.
Oh, jeez. I was like, I'm a cat. I don't really, consume sugars. What are you talking about?
I need something better.
Basically, drinking so much sugar at this point be considered poison.
No.
Or to be disease.
I need some cocoa beans put through a hot water filter. There we go. Damn it, Kriv. I'm never doing that again. It's, I think my contingency spell went off for that one. Okay. So, you know what? Keep that with you. Give it to the Archmage, then we'll have him right where we want him. We can use it as an interrogation tactic. Why is my throat still dry from all that sugar? Kodo leaves.
Okay.
No, the place doesn't collapse just because he's left.
I guess if Kodo insists on leaving, I'll leave as well.
Alright, well, you guys leave the mansion then.
Alright.
I will leave the illusion and the doorway open for their respective directions.
Okay.
Because I think it'll be funny if he will just kind of wander in. Because I believe we're in the shittier part of town. So...
I do believe that was your intent, yes.
Yeah. Let's hope crazy hobbit person rolls up in there and gets all the food he wants. He gets all the livencies that he wants.
Honestly, I say you just tell him about go tell him about it. I dare you to.
One momento. Oh, dang it. No.
I feel bad throwing this thing away, but I have no fucking clue what it is or what it goes to. So the package that it came in doesn't say what it is, so I just have to throw it away.
Okay, what I would like to do, Tris, is use creation to make a stone sign. Saying grand opening, grand closing today only. Free food and free food and drink to those who attend. There you go, Kriv. Marking off more mana. The sign will last for 12 hours and then crumble.
You do that.
I am so glad I am the master of casting. Or else I wouldn't be able to cast all this shit.
We couldn't just draw a sign.
It's like a normal person.
Well, no. Who do you think I am?
God, King Kodo does not do such trivial things as make signs.
I'm not 100 anymore. I don't do that mundane shit.
Leave that to the Kenshis of the world.
Okay, with that, to the tower, to the circle of Magi.
Sounds like fun.
I want the rank on my license to just be a line of asterisks.
As I recall, Crib should be able to find the circle because he was there earlier getting licensed.
Yes.
All right.
So we're heading to the Tower of Nerds.
Yep.
Awesome.
Technically, you would also be a part of this Tower of Nerds because you're a cleric.
Well, wait, what do you get with the clear?
There's a difference. There's a difference. I have beliefs. They have science.
It's still magic, so it still comes under their purview.
Really? Okay. Sure, I thought the clerics would have been like their own thing. Okay.
I remember we were talking about it. We were like, yeah, it's like you fall under this.
Yeah.
And it's kind of one of those things where they're just like, yeah, I feel like I fall under this simply because I'm using magic, not because they actually respect the fact that how I use it.
It's like they acknowledge that it is magic from a divine source, but in terms of the people who regulate the.
Okay.
Yeah, they probably look down at me.
Okay. In that case,
It's like if a priest breaks the law, it's still going through the circle, even though it's
that sounds weird to me, but if that's the way the Republic does it.
And they're trying to keep things simple.
I take it then their council would be a combination of mages and clergy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Generally, the ruling body of the circle is all the most powerful magic users within the city.
Okay. Okay. Well then, Kriv, if you could show the way. I mean, I know it's a giant tower over there because it's obvious, but if you could show the way.
If you could show the way to the obvious way.
You know the way.
Yeah, you know the way.
I'm just gonna sigh deeply and proceed to go the way I need to go.
Kenshi will opt not to join you guys. He wants to check out some stuff on his own.
So grab the clues that we missed.
No, because that would be DMPC.
I can totally see him doing it though.
It's like he is not DMPCing and digging you out of this hole.
I don't know. He might be.
No, that is the DM telling you. He is not DMPCing and digging you out of this hole. You got to figure out where to go next on your own. It's just in character for him to wander off to pursue his own investigations.
Something, Matthias.
Seriously, I seriously either think this module was written with a very specific mindset in mind, or we're just
Well, I would
thinking more than.
I would remind you, this is an introductory module. This is designed for people who have either never roleplayed before or at least never done it in the Iron Kingdoms.
Oh god, is this an issue of we're just too experienced? We've seen too much shit.
It's certainly not helping you any. It's given you
So
some
we're
good ideas,
overthinking
but
the
it's
fuck out of
also created some confusion.
Yay, it's another issue of us overthinking the fuck out of everything.
Like your little force vision is definitely not something that was supposed to be within y'all's skill set, but it's like, okay, I can work with this.
It's like, I can work with this, and somehow we know more knowledge, and now we know less.
We know so
what's that
much
line
that
that
we're
just raises
confused
too
by what
many
we know.
questions?
Yeah, pretty much.
But okay, to the Tower of Nerds.
I'd say in some ways, I think your little post-cognition has confused you more than if you had just followed the actual clues they gave you.
Brain and brain. What is brain?
Honestly, for the clues they've given so far are kind of like, okay, that's neat, but ellipses.
Okay, but why, Joe?
Yeah.
Well, you haven't gotten to the why yet. You guys have done the parts that are supposed to give you the circumstantial evidence necessary to have some theories, and then you are supposed to decide how you want to pursue those theories, which will then take you to the next part. You have made that decision now, but it is not one of the decisions they expected you to make.
It's like, we've had theories, we've pursued theories, and we're pursuing theories based off the information we got from pursuing the first theories.
But all of those theories have been tainted by your post-cognition.
Well, honestly, if it wasn't for the post-cognition, we pretty much talked to everyone else, and we're still like,
And you are missing a few pieces of circumstantial evidence that you were supposed to collect and didn't because you backed off too easily.
Oh, we're not being asshole-ish enough as characters, guys.
That's what I just got from this. Yes.
All right, so cool. What we got to do, we got to press these motherfuckers. So,
because something.
I mean, I don't know how intimidating I can be as a cat and just roll up on people like, "Yo, motherfucker!" It's like we talked to you earlier. Turns out that you were lying to us. What you talking about? Just like jack him up against the wall. It's like Kriv, give him the work.
Well,
it's like break his legs.
I'd like to remind you, Tibbs, you're a cat with cat claws. Have you ever been scratched before?
Yeah. Oh my god, that'd be great. I do have plague. I have contagion. I'm like one scratch from these claws, and you'll have cancer. I was like, you better answer quick. Our God does not patient.
You're going to itch, and it'll never stop.
You are going to itch. I'm going to cast a spell that's going to cause an itch. Not a big itch, but an itch that's going to be just annoying enough. And it's going to be in a place that you're going to be embarrassed to scratch in public. And when you reach for it, it's going to go away. But every time you pull your hand back, it's going to come back.
I actually have that spell in the Witcher conversion.
There is something actually that we didn't do, and we even talked about doing it. Like, yeah. Remember that dude that was all, like, posh and didn't want us going to his family tomb?
Mm-hmm.
I know I had intended to come back later as a tiny fox and investigate, but never did. But again, right now we're going to the Tower of Nerds.
Yep.
So maybe afterwards we could pursue that, provided we don't get anything new from this tower.
Okay.
You approach the Circle Enclave. As before, little dude, man in the desk.
What's up, bro?
Can I help you?
I don't know how to say that. I'm just gonna look at Goto at this point. I did my job.
Hello, we would like to speak to the head maid.
The head what?
Is that not a word we use here? I'm sorry. The Grand Hierophant.
There you
go. The Supreme Kai. I mean,
Some people, they think just because they've awakened an animal, it'll suddenly have class.
Oh, David just had a thought.
Oh, now you've had a thought. Careful, those have been been very good for you so far.
No, we have to tread very carefully. Want to know why? Because it was asked for us to keep us on the DL.
Oh, now you remember that.
Well, he's talking to
Oh no, you're fine so far. I just find it funny.
Kalina
like,
was safe given the circumstances.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that there would have been an issue involving Kalina. That's just me.
I am Grandmaster Kitsune Supreme, wishing access to your archives.
License and
say
registration.
Grandmaster Kitsune Supreme.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll show her my probably really, really old license. I hope I laminated that shit. It's like, excuse me, what year did it say it was issued?
They will.
Was this like year one?
The receptionist will take it, look at it, looking at you questioningly, look at it, hop off their stool. Wait a moment, please, and waddle off to the back to verify your credentials.
Oh man, it's only like an hour. Do I have to go to the archives for that shit? It's like, what style of video is this? When's the last time we used this style? The fuck?
It'll take them about 15 minutes to come back. That's, okay, everything seems in order. We obviously don't get many yokai in here.
They had to go back and use a fucking Dewey Decimal System to find you.
Someone's too old.
Say they'll ring a bell, and a young woman, half elven features, dressed in what would appear to be based on the insignia, you would guess maybe journeyman robes, will come out, and she'll gesture to you all. They've requested access to the archives. They have clearance for all but the most restricted section, so make sure they find what they need to and don't stray from the path.
But Kitsune Supreme. No, but seriously.
Kitsune Supreme gets you access to everything except for the stuff that only the council can look at.
Looks at Circle ID. Am I a joke to you?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the archives.
The journeyman will take you to wherever in the archives you are looking to go.
Okay. What I'm going to do, since actually talking to the council about this would be a bad idea that I just remembered, I was wondering if we could use their archives and clerical data to kind of correspond and gather more info about these circles. Yep, said it right this time. The circle's involvement with the trial.
Okay, so she'll look for. Okay, legal proceed. She'll bring you to the requested section, and be kind of standing off to the side, butler style, waiting for any directions. After pulling the requested books for you.
I take journeyman in this case to be something like upperclassman.
It generally goes apprentice and then journeyman.
Okay. I know some have like novice and then shit like that, but okay. Will this be an investigation role to kind of like look through the papers and like arrange information and such?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I am proficient in this. Don't fuck me, roll 20. Wait, hold on. Kriv, you know military bureaucracy, come help me with this. Please.
You're getting me to do the one thing I try to avoid doing in all of my work. Damn you.
My work.
You're trying to keep me from doing. You're trying to get me to do the one thing that, as a military person, I'm good at.
I filed my last after-action report. Damn it!
That's like, given that you have the names, the people involved, the name of the judge, and all that, you may make this check with advantage.
Oh, I was hoping to get advantage for having Chris up, but that's great too.
Kriv is reducing the time counter.
Nice. Let's do this. Oh.
Okay, 15's not bad in this case. You are able to find the transcripts, such as they are, for the case in question.
Okay.
Failing any specific questions, everything that is in there matches with what you've been told thus far by Father Dumas, and turned up in your own investigations by talking to the various families.
Is there an evil von Wittgenstein? Nope. Okay. I just had to check.
Just the rather prominent, magistrate, or rather, the guy who has become a prominent magistrate as a result of this trial. The families in question. both on the defense and the jury and all that.
As a result of the trial. What was his connection to the mother?
He's the one who found the coven and then was the lead prosecutor in the trial.
Does he have the same name from that dude in Greedfall?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, his name is Magistrate Burlock.
Okay.
And he thinks the witch hunt was a witch hunt.
Did the files show his career before then? Was he like lowly and bucking for promotion but always failing?
He was a low to mid-tier magistrate, relatively new in his career.
And then suddenly this happened and he got bumped.
Well, I mean, it was something just happened and this brought his star into prominence, and then a chain of events from there got him bumped. This is the trial, the big trial that got him into the public eye, and then a series of other, higher profile bills and trials and stuff.
I got it. Yeah. I know exactly who we're dealing with. I'll say this campaign is this campaign's villain is effectively Judge Frollo.
Thank you, that's the name I was trying to think of.
Hellfire! I think he was in love with her, and she wouldn't have it, so he killed her.
But it's very strange.
It's all because of an erection. That's the way it all boils down. At least that's what I'm going with. I feel that might actually be the thing. Something, I was in love. Something, she wouldn't have me. So something, I burned her at the stake. Only this time there was no ugly hunchback to save her life. Actually, no. Just like in the real book, she dies anyway. So yeah, this is actually pretty accurate. Never mind. Carry on.
Crib, does this look suspicious at all to you? Or am I looking into this too much? Sorry, I've had at least 1,000 years of conspiracies.
I'm still thinking.
Feel free to augment any thoughts with the skill roll.
I think it's interesting as coincidental and worth looking into.
Do you have access to the archives? Is there anything else that you can think of that we could look into with the resources at hand? Wait. We could look at her transcript. Since we're here anyway, yeah?
I don't see why not.
I'd make this request, but the GM has currently left the local space around me.
Does sound like a personal problem.
Does this mean like we get to make our own decisions?
Not quite. I will wait for reality to warp itself back in the. There he is.
Okay.
I knew space would correct itself eventually.
Really? You guys got back on book?
Since we have access to this information, what can we bring up on the mother and those allegedly a part of the coven, if they were under the presumption that they too were a part of the tower?
Circle.
Damn it! Got it wrong again.
I will flip all the way back to the beginning of the module.
Do any other investigation roll?
Well, yes. Because you're looking up an entirely different subject now, technically.
That advantage, though. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. What? Oh shit, it's a 20. Nice. How come I only get nat 20s on the occasional show roll? Give me some combat 20s, man.
Okay. So yeah, roughly 9 years ago, almost to the exact day you arrived, a witchcraft scandal rocked the town. Magistrate Ulfas Borlock, a relative newcomer to the city council, exposed a coven of 5 witches he claimed were responsible for all manner of devilish activities in and around Corvus. Up until this point, they were all considered relatively normal womenfolk from the city and the surrounding community. But their crimes were indisputable based on the evidence presented. Whipped into a panic by Borlock, the townsfolk demanded action, and the witches were put to trial within days, and the decision to execute them was made unanimously. One of the covenors was Lex Aria Nike, which was Father Dumas's sister-in-law and Kalina's mother. The witches were executed on a specially prepared plot of land out in the woods, and then their bodies were locked away in the crypt, nearby. Likely the site you guys saw when you approached. Powerful enchantments were placed on the tomb to seal them away forever. Father Dumas's sister-in-law was interred on the church grounds, as you were told earlier. Her tomb serving as a warning to all of Corvus that will not tolerate the black arts. Prior to this, several of the women, while again being, relatively average in, behavior and ability, had been working somewhat, working with various benevolent, organizations and charitable groups, trying to do what they could for the, those in the city who were not, in the central tier. Which is part of why, the revelations came as such a shock, because they'd been, no indication. It's always the quiet ones, right? Let's see. You find various paperwork indicating how Kalina was, basically legally adopted and all that by Father Dumas, taken in as his ward. Because they're not related by blood. I believe that covers everything this place would know. Yeah.
And just to confirm, and I may have to make a new roll for this, Magistrate Ulfas
Borlock.
Ulfas Borlock. Magistrate Borlock is not recorded as having a license.
He is a human, so no.
Well, yes. Though I'm only asking because do warlocks require licenses?
Usually.
Okay.
Assuming they're, not evil, mwahaha.
Yeah, I get that, but I seem to remember it's like if clerics need licenses, then...
Anybody who casts magic, in theory, needs a license from one of the different magical organizations. Okay, since we were here, I just wanted to confirm that he had no license at all. Yeah.
Okay. And I take it magic would not include a psionic registry.
Magic is technically considered part of the weave, because things like, I believe, anti-magic and stuff affect psionics, so they would probably have a psionicist, registered, but it's a different, type of license.
Okay. Okay. So does anyone else find this circumstantially suspicious?
find it incredibly suspicious, and to an extent, I wouldn't. To an extent, there's a part of me that believes that this is. When I say that this may be some sort of larger plan. When I say some sort of larger plan in order to get rid of her and their family, and that, and I say. They might be, I say they possibly are being set up in order to, I say possibly being set up in order to, they got rid of her mother, and now they're probably just trying to get rid of her as well as a means to, what was the last big thing that he's done?
It sounds like that would have been it, but I'll double check.
How long ago was that?
The trial
9 years.
the trial was almost 9 years to the day.
So not that long ago
Okay.
for me.
So it's long. I say long enough. I say long enough where where I can look at it and say that he hasn't done anything that big in quite some time. Maybe he's feeling the.
He is one of the
feeling-
most prominent magistrates in the city right now.
True.
I'd say just about everything, any bit of legislation that has come through town has his name on it in some capacity.
True. He's one of the most. But for someone like him, I wouldn't put it past trying to become the most. And I'll say that level of ambition may be what's pushing him to try to orchestrate his next big. I'll say whatever his next big, I'll say his next big play in order to prove his worth and continue climbing the ladder, by orchestrating orchestrating these events himself, so that he'll have something that he can turn around and blame and say that he uncovered. And to take down the daughter of the woman who you convicted earlier, wouldn't surprise me.
And so you bring the witches to the forefront, pretend or get someone to pretend that you're the daughter, so then you have another big thing to take down, and as you've mentioned, completely scandalize the last of the mother's bloodline.
Exactly, and you have an easy thing, and like you said, it's almost 10 years or 9 years to the date.
9.
Okay, yeah, there we go. I'm about to say, and it makes one huge grand spectacle. It was like 9 years to the day. We find out that the person who has been causing all these problems is none other than the daughter of the woman who I sent to her death. And she is probably the same. It was like I have uncovered this grand thing. Woo-ha-ha. Look at the way that she looks. It was like, look at the way that she looks. She is obviously a witch, or she does witch-like things. And I mean, they're still simple townsfolk, so I'm pretty sure, it won't be but too hard to actually, convince them to burn her or something.
Triss, from Kodo's admittedly outdated bureaucratic knowledge, would what Tibbs is suggesting, would that be something that could boost his position further?
Any publicity could potentially boost his position. However, given that he is not titled, he can't really ascend much higher without attaining some sort of title, because he is a commoner still. He's a very prominent member in the House of Commons.
Would removing or discrediting the daughter who actually has ties to Dumas, would that create an opening to gain a title?
Potentially, as Kalina is in theory, the last of her line, by removing her seat becomes open. Potentially, but at that point, it comes down to whether the crown feels he did, an awesome enough job to, earn a title versus getting any higher than he already is.
Well, it already appears that forces in the form of undead are being gathered. Wouldn't the crown be suitably impressed at the thwarting of an undead uprising, possibly led by the daughter of a witch?
Presuming the two things are connected, yes.
Well, he doesn't must say, so long as he can make it seem as if they're connected. And then that must say it might not guarantee him a shot, but it'll at least put him in line for a shot at the crown. A shot at the seat. I'll say this guy obviously seems willing to throw anyone under the bus.
Kriv, you're clearly more an experienced Republican than us. What one of the Crown Republic?
I get it.
I did not pull that Witcher thing that I pulled last time. Damn it! I'd repeat it, but then your stream would be all foobarred. Oh shit! Whew. As a as a lifelong member of the Republic, as Tibbs and I are not, again, exactly native to the area, how feasible does this sound to you? Or are we talking crazy talk here and should just pursue other leads?
With my knowledge, what on a scale of 1 to 10, how feasible would it be, Tristan? Because I'm not 100% certain, besides saying it wouldn't be unlikely.
And based on your own backstory, to my knowledge, that's really all you can say.
So it's a possibility that he could be trying to use this to advance his station, but at the same time, I'll say one of two things: either A, using it to attempt to advance his station, or B, he just seriously has a grudge against his family.
And then I guess the next question is, should we pursue that other lead first, the one that we left dangling, and then this firmer one here? Kodo says in slight vagary, occasionally subtly indicating the journeyman guide that is with us, given our topics of conversation. As to why he's speaking somewhat vaguely.
Yeah, they've been watching you the whole time. They were told not to leave you alone.
Yeah.
I would honestly say that it would be worth going with the
I'm not sure why I did do it. Right.
Oh, this guy here, Chinook's amulet.
Hmm?
Oh no. Don't let the darkness overtake you. I'm hearing a firm as if you're almost to a decision.
I I think we should continue pursuing the leads we have.
I should have Googled that. I would have gotten a cleaner picture.
I'm gonna say pursue our leads, and I plan on keeping that in the back of my mind with everything that that proceeds onward.
I'll clean up the documentation and stuff like that we've been going through.
Okay.
Journeyman, I do appreciate your service.
Thank you. You're all done then?
Unless my companions have any last second thoughts, I do believe we are.
In that case, if you would kindly follow me.
I'll follow.
And she will lead you back to the entrance.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna try to move us out of earshot.
Not that hard. That, again, you just have to leave the building and you'll be...
So then, I guess it's time for us to infiltrate a family tomb.
Okay, to confirm, you're talking about the that one dude's class?
Yeah, the dude that was kind of snobbish and racist.
Okay, all the way back to Act 1.
I'm sorry for making you bounce around this adventure. Damn it. A part of me again just wants to go to the magistrate, but this last bit may be useful.
It might be useful enough that I might have to go find this GIF that, I probably won't get to use because you guys won't, do what you need to do, but...
Is it a head-to-wall GIF? You know how investigations can be. They're good on paper. Okay. Then make a recommendation. That I sneak in as a tiny, cute, adorable fox, and you guys spend a little bit of time in my old room for the duration.
Sounds good to me.
I'm not specifically against this. Because me and stealthy are two things you definitely know is not something I can do.
Okay.
Oh, that's going to be 17 mana. Okay, dimension door to my old room for Tibbs and Kriv. And then I will use polymorph on myself to turn into a fox. Because Ultra Self does not work that way, unfortunately. I will, of course, be doing this like in some sort of secluded alleyway or something, so passerbys can't just go, oh, look what's going on. Okay. And I would like to head over to Dude Man's estate. If he has a closed gate, I would like to wait for Eyes not to be on the gate and blinks up through the gate.
Let's see. It'd be afternoon at this point. I'll see a couple of like basic patrolling guard types, but a simple stealth roll should be able to time yourself correctly to not be spotted when you do your thing.
Look up Fox. We can look up a Fox in, but that's not quite right. My dexterity doesn't exceed that of a Fox anyway, so... Okay, because I was hoping I could just use Blink Step to just pop unobstructed, but...
Sure. Which you can. Again, this is a timing thing.
Oh, I am genuinely surprised that I rolled that well.
Yeah, okay. You are able to boop in significantly.
Okay. Come here. Okay, and I will make my way to their family tomb. Considering it's on their land, I figure it would be rather obvious.
Yeah, you just go around the back.
Okay.
Wandering around the back. Let's see. I've got your. You should have your passive. Kodo 22. Okay. Wandering around the back, you will find the remains of a crypt. The tomb is obviously in a state of severe disrepair. The heavy marble door lies shattered on the ground before you, and the one-room tomb is totally empty. Nosing around a little bit, you're getting a lay of the land. You'll notice that just outside the tomb, you'll be able to spot some tattered shreds of white silk caught in the thorns of a rose bush.
Oh my god. Okay. Is there... How tall is the bush?
I mean, it's a bush.
If I were to crouch behind it and change back, would it conceal me?
No, it's a bush.
I've seen some...
It's like bush, maybe chest high.
Okay.
Semi-thorny. I mean, it provide partial cover if it might hide you on a good roll.
Because I don't think I can cast like this.
No, you cannot cast in fox form. I don't think because you didn't take the.
Well, I polymorphed into tiny fox form because my actual yoga form is huge. As she said, it was nearby the busted up tomb.
Yep.
I like to go into the empty tomb, drop the polyon, and cast Dimension Door to give them an exit. This is so much mana, guys. I am now below 100. I'll pop my head in, put my wine down. Okay. We are past the way. We're in a currently busted up, empty tomb when you step out, and an outside bush has some fragments of silk. Come, let's check it out and perhaps find some extra answers. Hello?
Bueller?
You guys able to hear me now?
Yeah, now, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. So, I say we pursue this.
Okay. I'd like to mage hand the silk to myself from the door, from just within the doorway, if I could. Okay.
Just for the sake of argument, make me a... I guess a spellcaster check to try not to damage it further as you're pulling it out of the thorns. Mage hand dexterity. Is that including proficiency?
Well, I didn't think the caster check actually...
That's why I said a spellcaster check, not a charisma. Because I presume you are proficient in manipulating your own mage hand.
I would assume so.
Okay, it's like some minor, very minor tearing, but it's pretty much intact.
Right. Any emblems or anything on the tatters?
Nope, just a piece of white silk.
My first thought is scry. What do you guys think?
I was just gonna smell it and see if I could pick up the scent.
Oh. Yes. I like your line of thoughts, Tibbs.
Leave it to the mage to continue overcomplicating the thing that they have already overcomplicated.
It's what I do.
Okay. Where's my laptop? But not that one. Oh, there it goes. All right. I was like, where's my laptop? Buried underneath clothes. There we go. There we go. Come on. This page is slowing down Firefox. Speed up your browser. Stop this page. No. Maybe I have to? There you go. Son of a bitch. 1d12.
Okay, that is 29. Actually, this would be a survival.
Oh, I mean, technically I believe that's the same for me.
I'll double check. If it is, then we're good.
Survival, yeah. So, 1d20 plus 5 plus 1d12.
Okay. Let's see. Taken 3 weeks ago. So it's been out in the exposed for 3 weeks, roughly. But you rolled a 29. Let's see. Well, obviously there's the scent of outdoorsy, decay and whatnot from being exposed to the elements for that long. But there is the faintest, whiff of a familiar perfume-like scent.
No.
Who was this familiar of?
You were just talking to her several hours ago.
No.
I'll say, I'm just saying, I was like, you said familiar, so I just want to make sure.
I'm confirming for you.
Okay.
Watch this be a thing of her business is investigating her mother, which isn't necessarily in her mind connected to our investigation, Ah. Oh, unless he's the bad guy all along, they can't be true.
She's not the. I'll say she's not the bad guy. I remember what Crib said. She's too pretty.
I didn't say that because she's too pretty is that she's a bad guy. It's just that the person that was seen was a gorgeous person wearing a white dress.
Wait a sec. Wait a sec. I have a way of determining whether she's a bad guy or not. Tristan,
Yes.
how big is her rat?
Really?
Hey, it's the key sign of evil. Is big breasts. I can't tell if he's pulling up an image or not.
Working on it.
Let's see. Nah. Yeah, no, she's not evil. I'd be surprised if she was. Although she is wearing thigh-high boots. Jury's out. All right, cool.
Was that spoony bit? I have to go by the lack of porn.
I mean, technically, yeah. All right, yeah. Okay. I'll look over at Kodo and I'm like it's her. I was like it's her. It may or may not be hers, but it definitely has her scent on it.
From our conversation, I didn't really exactly gauge her as. Could she be investigating her mother, specifically? Or the magistrate? Because if it's the magistrate, then her own investigation would technically not be a part of ours.
I say we just let her do. I just say we let her do her own thing, and if we cross paths, then it is fate.
Okay, well.
I say we are not fledgling inventors where we can't. I say we can't handle ourselves if things go awry.
True.
Push come to shove, just drop a meteor on her.
Okay. In that case, Kriv Tibbs,
meteors on everything.
I believe from what we mentioned before that unless what we found here was significantly compelling, we would then go to the magistrate.
Assuming that he can be trusted as well, yes.
No, let me rephrase it, to investigate the magistrate.
Yes.
Because, Kriv, you and Tibbs are incredibly adept at reading between the lines with people. I am apparently adept at random conversations with me, which may provoke people. Between myself and the two of you, I'm sure something can be gleaned.
I feel comfortable with that. I feel comfortable with that assertion. Yes.
Okay. Now, let's well, if we can go back through that door, I think I can sneak my way out of here. Pointing towards the doorway back to my room, unless you guys want to try to stealth your way out of here with me.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna enjoy your wine, so.
Damn it! I said not to drink that.
I mean, I don't mind stealthing out of here. I don't get to stealth that often, so.
Fine, drink vampire wine. Enjoy the spring bath while you're at it.
Oh, trust me, I will.
Okay. When he goes back through the doorway, I will close it It costs 11 mana a pop to reopen that doorway through dimensions, man. But it's so useful. Okay, Triss, I will use Enhance Ability on myself to give me advantage to dexterity, because my stealth is balls. And let's see if we can sneak close enough to get out of here.
It's a little closer than you would like, but you managed to pull it off.
Okay. What about tips?
You said what?
What about tips?
If Tibbs is sneaking, I need a stealth roll from him.
Oh, yes, those. 1 second. Tibbs with the sneaky sneak. Oh yeah, that's right. That's at 6 now. 1d20 plus 6 plus 1d12. And that's a waste. Yay, nat 20. Woo.
For everyone who listens to us, so possibly, hi, Sam.
The only way that this could be any worse is if I roll a 12 on the stealth.
See how these veteran gamers get hung up on a introductory mystery.
Okay. 34 stealth.
Damn.
Yeah, you good.
He's so stealthy I don't even know that he's still with me. Tip, so where'd he go? Was he caught? Shit.
I mean, if he's not wearing his little baggie, he looks like a normal cat, so they may not even care.
Tibbs didn't even stealth, he just sat on your head.
Yeah, as soon as we're in a place that people will not use stealth on us. Oh my god, opening that dimensional gateway is true.
I mean, you're doing it yourself.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I like the utility, and I feel that Demiplane has been, like, almost Matthias nerf batted between editions, so I like using it for good utility uses when I can. It just costs 11 a pop to rend dimensions. I know phrased that way it sounds like I'm bitching. Oh, it costs you 11 mana to punch a hole through time and space. Poor you.
It's like you only have like 300 mana. I can only do this 30 times. What was me?
You can do it way more than most people can do in normal 5th edition, where you have like two X level spell slots.
I feel even worse for those guys. Because to use it tactically, like I've been using it with us, they can only do that once a day. Because then both their slots for the back and forth to be utterly used.
It's like, oh my god, they have to ration. No.
Oh, shit, man, I'm a 20th level sorcerer. I've earned this.
So where are we at?
Magistrate Burlock.
Cool. Where do you find him?
Crib. He knows Corvus.
He doesn't know everybody who lives in Corvus.
I don't know Corvus. He knows where important buildings are. The Magistrate's building, you think would be notable.
There's not a magistrate's building, but
Aren't I a part of this thing? Don't I, like, would I know where the magistrate's building is?
there's not a specific building labeled the magistrate's building.
But he's a prominent magistrate, right?
A magistrate is a civil officer or lay judge who administers the law.
But he's one of prominence.
Well, yes, but not all judges hang out in one building labeled the judge building.
But we're in a fantasy world, so wouldn't that be so?
You know what? Fuck it. Let's go ask the poor people.
You're trying the Neo method? Okay, let's try the Neo method. Hey, it's worked before.
It's literally worked in every other game. I was like, everybody's trying to get all these high-end contacts. I'm like, why don't y'all just talk to some homeless people?
Listen, Operation Neil is Tibbs' idea. I'd say he can make the roll.
This would be a charisma-based investigation. And if Tibbs is making the roll, it's at disadvantage because talking cat.
Yeah, I'm gonna need.
Well, wait, wouldn't it be advantage versus the Tom and Jerry phenomenon?
All right, so this is my suggestion. All right, so this is my suggestion. Can someone else actually do it? Because Tibbs doesn't want to be a talking cat scaring the shit out of people.
I'll do it.
Yeah, charisma-based investigation.
I'm gonna say reasonably. I'm like, oh, look at the pretty kitty. Do you know where the magistrate? Oh God, witch!
I suppose that's one way to find
I'm
him.
Say, that's the last thing I need is a town that's scared of witches with a talking cat coming to talk to them.
Okay, you ask around. We do a montage a la the nuclear vessels scene from Star Trek IV.
Yes! I mean, no, because then the military will be like, the fuck you asking about us for? This Russian in this era asking about nuclear vessels, but go on.
And you get a lot of directions to the 2 or 3 courthouses in town. But most people seem to think he would probably be found in the government building in the Central District.
So what you're saying is, he could be found in the Hall of Judges, known as the government building.
It's not the Hall of Judges. It's got several different government bodies residing in there.
I'm sure that's what they tell people.
He's also a prominent political figure, so he's not there as a judge. He is there as a politician.
I am sure that's what he asserts.
Keep telling yourself that.
When we arrive, I like how we shock the magistrate.
I like how Tristan was like, it was like, the judge isn't in some building called the Judge Building. The judge is in a building called the Government Building.
It's entirely different. It is. Judge Building implies only judges hang out there. And if you went asking around for the Judge Building, nobody would have any idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I love this town structure. It's like where can I find them? At Government Building. Is there like the federal building, the CIA building, the social service building? Bitch, it's the government building. I want to talk to the government, go to the government. I love this. This is great. I'm gonna say, David, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Ring Terrorist Realm. We have food, drink, government, and Dallet Jelly. I want the Dallet Jelly building. I need to do that now. I'm gonna find a map. I'm just gonna label each building. It's just. Oh god. It's like no more options. This town has everything in one building, all in one totality. I can do this. This is great. I like this city. Can we move here? We need to buy a house here. I like this city.
Do we need to show IDs or something to go in? Can we just walk in?
This is the central nobility, most hyper aristocratic district. So yeah, you're gonna need to provide some kind of proof to get into this gated community where all the government buildings and super fancy houses are. In fact, you're going to need to provide an ID to get into the gated community where, that is the area just... The city is, set up into districts. You have the super rich residential district, and then at the center of that, you have all the government buildings like the Queen's Palace, the different halls.
The magistrate building, yeah.
So you have to provide ID to get you past both.
Oh.
Okay. I will show them my ID that I'm the holy cleric of the high god Bahamut.
Meow.
That's nice, but you must have certain papers or proof of nobility to get beyond this point, oh great talking cat.
Oh, nobility.
I am nobility. I must say I am nobility. I am of the House of Tibbs.
Yeah, where's your patents then? Patents. The papers that prove this noble heritage.
God, hold on.
Shit might have expired.
I'm just going to sit here and wait to see what they do while I'm just like...
You know what? It's worth it just because it'll be funny. I'm going to reach into my backpack and kind of mumbling to myself. Go! Shit! That would have been great if it worked. It was like I seem to have misplaced them.
Of course you did. Run along now.
One second, I will figure this out.
Let me know when you guys want me to just take care of this problem.
I mean, feel free to... I remember that the Great Kriv has abilities.
I'd say feel free to take care of this problem.
I will introduce myself.
As I recall, you have the soldier background, but due to your written
Family.
backstory, you would have the necessary papers to get you guys through. The first gate. Your, proof of heritage does not get you past the second gate, however.
Okay. Tiz will walk up to the guard. He was like, excuse me, sir.
They regard you. The pair of them.
I'm about to say Tiz will lean down and Tiz will kind of like stand on his back legs. He stand on his back legs. He was like, could you come? He was like, could you come closer? I would like to discuss something with you momentarily.
They maintain rigidity and continue staring at you from their unmoving position.
Oh shit! Do they have those tall hats?
Okay.
Tall hats?
No.
I'm like, one moment then. I'll reach inside my backpack, pull out my broom.
Guns.
I'll pull out my broom. I'll pull out my broom, hop on it, and be like, yip yip, and like start floating towards their face, like floating up at eye level. And it's like, well then, I can tell that you're on the job. I would like to discuss something with you.
They had kind of cocks inquisitively.
I'll say, I've been told that this town is filled with corrupt individuals who are willing to do anything in order to procure money and status. Maybe you two are members of that corrupt community. Would I be able to pay you in order to pass?
I am going to distance myself from Tibbs. Just a little bit.
I'm new to this town, and I've been informed that many of you are incredibly corrupt.
But why though?
I mean, that's kind of what I was told.
I don't know how the way this is gonna go. I'm gonna have to defend my cat.
I was just asking a question. Are they like taking offense to this?
Make an insight check.
Yay, I'm good at that.
Wait, even if they are offended, they can't do anything because they have to stand there, and that's all they have to do.
Yay, it's the Queen's Guard. They can stomp at me and maybe shove me.
Oh shit, you're right. Since we're going to the government building, that I believe that's also where the Queen's Palace would be.
The central district is where the Queen's Palace would be, yes.
Wait a second! I know her great. That doesn't count. Shit.
I am the God King, come return to...
Nope, bad idea, nope! As airships materialize out of nowhere with big fuck-off cannons. As the archmages pop out of the woodwork. And suddenly wardens unbury themselves from their hidden ground positions.
I believe this gift covers the insight check.
And still somehow can't manage to beat you.
Oh no!
Okay, so they're not happy.
You have just insinuated that the Imperial Guard is corrupt. Yeah, they're not going to be happy.
I didn't say that they were. I just said that I've been informed. I assume that that is not true.
Are they engaging in hostilities with my pussy?
Not yet.
Okay.
I must say, Tiz will kind of look at them. He was like, I assume that you are not. I assume that you. I was not told specifically you. I was informed that many members of many members of this city's power structure are incredibly corrupt.
You must forgive my precocious pussycat.
I say you two seem like upstanding gentlemen. If that is not the case and bribes are not the way that we get through the second gate, what is it that we require in order to proceed?
They shift in stance slightly so that the late afternoon sun can catch the royal seal on their shoulder pauldron.
Oh, we need a seal. Well then, does anyone here have a royal seal?
Actually, Triss, I do have a question. Given the final battle long ago, could I still possess a fragment of material from that time that bears the ancient seal?
That was 1,000 years ago? Pretty sure mundane material would have fallen apart by now.
Or the warden's mundane, I mean, really.
No, they are not.
Good! So that I take it, the material would be fine, yes? It's been over 1,000 years, I probably don't have it. Okay.
And even if you did, that would have been that's 1,000 years for the seal to have evolved.
Oh, I know. I realized that going in.
Yeah. I would make a joke about one simply does not walk into Congress, but yeah, topical.
No, that's can't use that. Nope, no, I can't do it. Nope. And well, I could, take out all the Queen's men. That wouldn't help us.
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, please, start another war with the Queen. That went so well for you last time.
Well, I mean, if I nuke Parliament.
Right.
Celine has fallen. Is that the newest Gerard Butler movie?
But no. I have no interest in wiping Corvus from the map, especially.
Good, because the bitch didn't have to place it on the map. It just would not want to settle in that square correctly.
You couldn't alt-move it?
I was trying to alt-move it. It kept wanting to drift it, and stuff. My keyboard was being a dick.
I mean, you could also remove the grid, but yeah.
Well, you see, the grid seems to help you guys figure out how far away things are.
Well, I mean, it still does measurements with the grid, but anyway, that's...
Yes, well, some people can't use the ruler tool, so counting squares works better for them.
That is true.
So I'm going to. Is there like a side door or something around here?
Not that you can
No.
see. I mean, it's a a defendable wall. Wall Maria does not have a service entrance.
Okay, I know if it had like a, maid's area or something where like one of those side doors that doesn't have a handle on it that you can only exit out of, but you can't go back in it.
Not when you're dealing with a fortification. No, they don't have a service entrance.
Well, I should have a question. This area we're in, because you said there was like the nobles area and then the government's area.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then it's simple. We can't we are these like houses or noble level like
Estates?
Estates.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are like estates. Like it's like some of them are mansions, manors, all sorts of differing fancy buildings of residence. Got a couple chateaus. That one fucker over there has a townhouse. We hate that guy.
Let me see. What's my deceit?
Oh boy.
Well, you see, my dog ate my my royal writ.
Couldn't we just befriend one of
Anyone
these
here-
nobles
anyone
and
anyone
have
here-
them permit us entrance?
Anyone here good at lying?
Yes,
Good.
I'm a fox.
Okay, just making sure. All right. I'm gonna say Tibbs is gonna be like, okay, guys. Tibbs is gonna make some. You're pretty good at. I'm gonna say you can tell hand gestures. All right, Tibbs is gonna turn to you, make a couple of hand gestures. I'm gonna use sleight of hand to try and get away with explaining the plan.
The more I listen to this, the more concerned I get.
I'm just thinking we should just say.
Why? Well, yeah. While these two guys are making up a plan, Crib, if you would kindly make me a history check at advantage for bureaucracy.
Because my thought is, why not just ask to say we would like to see Magistrate Borlock? Because people can come out, we just can't go in.
Seriously, now the magistrate's gonna come out. Bob, I'll say, well, you and I are coming up with some sort of
A bunch
plan.
of random scruffy-looking adventurers walk up to the gate. We demand to see the judge.
Hey now, I at least
Alright,
am
so-
wearing noble clothes and have noble heritage. Oh dear lord, that means
Cool.
I'm leaving my family right now. God save me.
Okay, cool. So what we're gonna do, David, is we're gonna pretend that I am an awoken cat that has been purchased by the judge
Oh dear lord, please no.
as a pet. You are here. I'm saying you are a merchant who is delivering him to me.
What's a thought?
Delivering you to him?
Yes, that. I'm a magical talking cat that comes bearing several gifts. And he purchased me from lands afar. You are here to deliver.
We could try that, though I have another thought, if you don't mind.
We banish them.
No. You saw well done with the Beholder.
Yeah, it went incredibly well.
A bad
You did have a
example.
point there.
They disappear for 60 seconds and then they come back and we're gone.
I'd like to approach the royal guards.
By the way, I did put the history check
I see
in
it.
there.
I'm typing.
I certainly understand that permit through must be through royal writ. Might I, however, request a audience with Magistrate Borlock? Please inform him that a member of the Yokai Kingdom would like to speak with him concerning a judgment that he has made nearly a decade ago. Let me roll that persuasion.
They used to be friends with the Queen 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. That'd be bad. It's like, oh, you're him. As all the guns happen.
I'm about to say, just look. I'm about to say that'd be perfect. Just look at him like, hey, are you Timmy? Timmy, it's good to see you. I think I killed your grandfather in the war back when I was a tyrannical dictator. How you doing?
Cool. Since I know that, yeah,
He'll be great.
I will simply state that you will not go past this gate unless you feel like fighting the entire kingdom.
I don't understand, which is why I just made a request for the magistrate to come to us.
It's like one guard will look at the other, and then the one that appears slightly, judging by the insignias, he's probably the ranking one. It's like any request to speak to a judge should be processed through their offices or through their home. They are not to be harassed while performing duty within the wall.
I'll say Tibbs will be like, wait, your officials actually do things here?
Thank you, sir.
Allegedly.
I am just going to facepalm so hard at what you just said.
I'm about to say, the fact that they even said allegedly.
Wait a second.
There's a lot.
If all the government buildings that do such administration are within the wall, how can we make a request?
He said it would have to be done through their offices or through their home.
Well,
i.e., you have to send the mail to book an appointment.
Or we could go to their home and knock on their door.
Or and camp on their lawn and hope that their personal guards, will take it, are okay with that. Yeah.
Tibbs is going to ask. He was like, can I write a letter and fold it into a paper airplane and throw it over the wall?
You can try.
It's not gonna work, Tibbs.
I'm about to say Tibbs is going to kind of quirk an eyebrow. He's like, are you going to shoot it?
No, that would be a waste of perfectly good ammunition.
Just out of the air, or the groundskeeper will freaking pick it up.
So if I can get a letter from here to them, then it's okay.
Oh no.
That's what the mail service is for, dude.
Kriv,
I'm just following the wording here.
it looks like this particular line will not reach the magistrate. I trust that you can guide us to a more proper resolution.
Yes, can take you to the post office. I don't know how you guys don't understand what a post office is.
You guys have a postal service, yes.
You
I
know,
understand what a postal service is, but they're literally like about 300 meters away from us.
this must be the only game we'll hear to the post office.
You guys are killing me.
Times like this, I wish I could transmutate people.
I'm just gonna keep looking at my level 1 adventure, and
Well, seriously, now the evidence that we found looks super. One might even say hella suspicious.
Now we have to wait like 2 to 3 business days for it to get delivered, and then like 7 to 10 business days for them to respond.
My contingency can't last that long. Again, if it
guess
takes
what?
more than 10 days, we're doing something wrong.
this module in a nutshell.
Okay.
This is what
You know-
happens when we're left with having to try to figure things out and overthink it.
I mean, no, I'm gonna say, well, part of me feels like what we're supposed to do is just break in. I feel like that's probably what we're supposed to do. But I
No,
don't think
at this point, what you're supposed to do is up in the air, because you guys are still off book.
Because, seriously, the evidence the physical evidence we have seems to be indicating not fucking Weiss.
You're right, it's not indicating Weiss at all.
Kalina. But we've already talked to Kalina. Unless we butt our way into her own investigation. Which isn't very endearing.
You know what you know what's gonna be funny? We're gonna be walking to the post office. She's gonna walk right by us. We're gonna hear an explosion back at the gate, and we're gonna see those same two guards dead against the wall. And we're like, huh? So that's what we were supposed to do. I was saying, where she's just gonna bust in there, a la Scarlet Witch, and basically start fucking everyone up.
Now, I do want to say, we have seen scenarios that literally the GMs of which have gone, why the fuck would the players do that?
This is not that time.
The GM is kind of wondering, at this point, the GM's like, I have no clue what the fuck you guys have done.
Well, I mean, I know what you've done, because I followed you every step of the way. I'm just going, why?
He's like, oh man, it's like this campaign was going to be amazing. And it's like, I have no clue what they did or why they did it. And now we're here.
So, if it were to happen, I'm glad it happened in Corvus, because it's a major city. People get lost in those. It'd be
Like, we were
embarrassing if there was
given
a
enough
village of 300.
information according to the book, but the reality of the situation is it wasn't enough information.
There's a part of me that just wants to try and sneak through.
The only hint I can give you is it's an introductory adventure.
You know what, fuck it, let's just sneak through. You guys suck at that though, right?
So, just so I'm clear, I'm not saying no. I will totally go along with this if this is what you want to do. I'm just making sure I understand. You want to go further off book by trying to sneak into the most heavily guarded part of the entire goddamn country.
I'm not for
And
this.
I will not help you with this, and will immediately prevent you from doing this to the best of my ability.
A level 1 adventure that is written for people that literally just wandered into town and got caught up in this shit and do not have the level of connections you guys have. I will happily let you do this. I will wing it. We'll see what happens. You guys may be able to pull it off. I don't know. I'm confirming that this is what you want to do.
I am not for this.
We're going to the post office.
I don't even think going to the post office is the right answer, but we have too much overthinking happening with the little information we have, because it wants us to be treated like we're supposed to be railroaded to some extent, and we're just not that.
Well, I mean, if you feel railroaded, I can't,
No, I'm talking about that's
not.
how the book's supposed to be.
I don't think when I was reading it, it did not feel like a railroad. I did not think I was railroading you when you guys were doing the investigation part. If I was, somebody should have spoken up. But
no. I think what he said is
the book is wanting to suggest that because it's level 1 new players. The GM's supposed to handhold it.
Hand-holding, yes. Railroad, no. Because the book, as I told you the other day, the book has multiple options for what you can do at the point you're at. Which is why I would argue if it is a railroad, it's like an actual railroad where you have a line with branches on it. As opposed to one straight line that goes nowhere.
Well, okay, here's a question. Because this has also happened before. They could also be expecting the PCs to be a bit dickish and impose themselves.
They did expect you to be slightly dickish, because what you just did with the dress piece, that is the last clue that you guys did not have, and the only way you could get it was to be a dick and violate the guy's wishes to check out his property.
Yeah. And again, it seems to again be indicating cleanup, but we've spoken to her, so what? We're supposed to be like, hey, I know that you're on some sort of personal investigation, but our evidence is again leading to you, and because we don't believe that you're the frigid bitch that your reputation would suggest, it must mean that we should help you in your endeavor because it's somehow linked to our endeavor.
Wait a sec, hold up. She's nobility, isn't she?
Yep.
Let's just ask her to walk in here.
She also told you she holds a seat on the House of Lords.
Yeah.
Meaning she works for the government.
She did.
let's go get her and like, hey, we have one, and just have her bring us in with her. That's about the simplest thing I can think of.
Because admittedly, the way the magistrate's been portrayed from the history we have found, there seems to be a very odd link there.
Yeah, where is she? Can we just reach out to her? Let's just reach out to her like, hey, we're having a problem getting through the gates. We need to get into the gated community.
Well, we should also explain the situation to her.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. I was like, I figured we wanted to update her anyway. She's about to say, I'm like, I think as a group we have solidly agreed that she is likely not the one at fault behind this.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then we can inform her as to what we believe. Push come to shove, if she turns out to be the evil whore, I mean, we just explode her.
I'd be afraid she could rapier my spells back at me or some shit.
Well, just drop the sword of creation or whatever evil you did. And
what are you casting, Armageddon? What?
I'll say, just hit it with the cock of annihilation, and we'll just go about our business. You can make it look like anything you want, right?
Yeah, but cocks aren't exactly my motif.
Okay. Well, the spinning, flaming thoughts of doom, and just push come to shove, just murder her with that. But I'm pretty sure if this mission is like Tristan said, and it's supposed to be for level like first time people, then I'm pretty sure the concept is also the same of, oh hey, she looks like the bad guy, but she's not the bad guy. The real bad guy is the politician. So I don't think this is the rare triple cross. So
triple triad, what?
All right, let's just go find her. Where would she be? Do we know where she would be at this time?
She didn't tell you where she was going.
Tibbs, you ever sent dough, right?
You ever sent dough?
Yeah. I do ever sent dough. I'm gonna sniff around town and see what I can find. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make it even easier. This is a pretty large city, right?
Locate creature.
I'm gonna find a cat.
Hang on, I just watched a YouTube horror story on this.
Oh no! What could prompt that? No!
I'm gonna find a cat.
I believe the title was Player believes all cats are omniscient.
Oh, that sounds like a funny story.
Player was playing a half tabaxi so they could be a cat girl, and their entire at first they did what Brian did. It was like, we're trying to find this guy. I'm going to ask you speak with animal to ask the cats to see if they've seen this guy come out of this bar where we know he hangs out. Fine, no problem. The guy's like, cool. Proceeds to try and do that every time they need information because he thinks cats have seen everything and are always watching.
No,
I was just going to ask this cat, and that cat was going to go and ask other cats. And we were just gonna kind of go around, and once they find them, we were just gonna start like a meowing thing.
I didn't say you did anything wrong. I was just finding it funny. It's like, wait, I literally just listened to this GM horror story on YouTube the other day.
There we go. I'm about to say use it like Well, there's a difference. I'm like, he's a tabaxi. I'm a cat, and literally in my write-up it says I can speak cat. Like I can. I know tabaxis can speak to actual, legitimate cat.
They can. It was a tabaxi druid, I think. They used the speak with animal spell.
I mean, I kind of feel that horror story from what you said before is a misnomer because it sounds like it's like a funny character quirk thing.
No, the horror story part was, again, they were doing it constantly and then complaining at the GM when the GM told us, like, the cat doesn't see anything because cats don't see everything. They're not omniscient.
Yeah, I'm going to. Well, I'm gonna say, what would I need to roll in order to convince, or just like talk to
this
a fellow?
This would be still a charisma-based investigation.
Okay. Charisma. Okay. Let's see. Investigation. Cool. That would be 19.
Okay. You ask around. You describe Kalina to them.
I'll also hold up the scarf. I'll also hold up the scarf to see if they can get the scent as
It's
well.
not a scarf. It's like a torn piece of silk, probably from like a dress or a slip.
And I'll try and describe the scent on the scarf that they should be like sniffing for.
Well, I mean, if you still have it, they can try and get the scent themselves. But
Well, you said I had to roll pretty high for
Yeah,
it, but if they were looking for it, then
let's see. You rolled a. I don't see your roll.
oh, sorry. I'll say I rolled a 19. I'll scribble it down.
Okay, 19. Some of them say they have seen her before, and they acknowledge she comes up through here semi-regularly, like every few days or so. They have not seen her today, though. At least not the ones in this area.
Cool. All right.
So none of the cats around the government district and residences nearby.
Okay.
We know where she lives. We can just go there and wait for her. We have rooms there too.
True. All right. Is that what we want to do?
I think it's the simplest answer.
Because everything we've done so far is overthink things, which has gotten us to a point.
That's like you guys were doing very well until you hit this midpoint in Act 2. You stumbled a little bit, but you were making progress. And then you completed the first of 2 dungeons in Act 2 and hit a brick wall. So you are heading back to the church then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, guys. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Based on distance, we'll be coming into early evening by the time you make it back to the church. So you'll be arriving shortly before dinner time, roughly.
Okay.
Kenshi will arrive a couple minutes after you do, walking in. I presume you walk into the main building.
Yeah.
He'll walk in a couple minutes after you guys. I'm presuming you're going up to her room, or are you going to wait here in the worship space? What's the...
We can see if she's at least in her room.
Making your way upstairs, you knock on her door. There's no response.
Anyone have any parchment?
I'll check my bag of stuff. Give me a second. I have a lot of things. I'm going to be a little disappointed if parchment isn't on it. Hold up.
If not, you've certainly seen parchment around.
Well, I have a journal.
There you go.
So, there we go. Spare page of it.
Oh, it needs 10 gold. Really, though? There's your 10 gold. Okay. What I want to do is I want to cast illusory script and detail our thoughts concerning the magistrate and why we would like her assistance, and 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 such kind of the situation as we had figured it out, and request her assistance with getting through.
Just for lulz, are you proficient in calligraphy?
I am.
No.
Okay, it's not a big deal. I was just kind of curious.
Like, are you proficient in calligraphy? Oh, yeah.
No, but really, I am.
Yeah, you have the virginity of the gods. I had lost it when the songstress and the queen dethroned me and fell from apotheosis.
So it's not like a super, pretty note, but it's legible enough to get your point across.
The duration is 10 days. If she's not back in 10 days, something is very wrong.
I love how all his plans are like 10 days.
A lot happened in those 10 days. That's
Oh, jeez.
Should the spell be dispelled, the original script and the illusion both disappear. Oh, a creature with true sight, however, can read the message. That makes sense.
Where are we telling her to meet us?
We have rooms here, yeah?
Yeah, but, I mean, are we just going to stay in our rooms until she eventually comes back?
It's evening. Right? It's evening?
well, it's dinner time.
I'm just saying over the course of the next 10 days.
The next 10 days. I hoped she'd come back by the morning. I'd be concerned. Though I do believe her uncle mentioned that sometimes she does kind of just leave and then come back.
I'd say she's. It's not uncommon, but it's not necessarily the norm for her to be gone a few days at a time.
Okay. I would like to slip this note under the...
You sure you don't want me to write it? Make it all fancy for you.
But I'm casting the spell, though.
I'd say he's putting a spell on it.
Because I presume I have to be the one to write it.
My understanding of illusory script is you have to be the one writing it to put the illusion on it.
Yeah. Though I suppose I could put an illusion on the illusion to make it look fancy as shit.
Okay, so you slide the note under the door and I guess go down for dinner. Yes? No? Maybe?
It sounds like a plan to me.
Yes, it is the plan. It is the plan. We have no other plan.
I don't know about you guys, but at least at this point I'm like, let's just try things simple for a couple steps and see what happens.
We're going to try the simple, keep it simple, stupid method.
So we've gone from hyper proactive to semi inactive.
Yes. We thinking make the brain bad hurt.
We're gonna see how this goes.
Well, at dinner, Father Dumas will certainly be curious as to your progress.
We have a
I'm just
promising
gonna
lead, but getting to it has proven slightly difficult, but we're resolving that as well.
Oh, really? A lead?
Oh, God, I opened my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, you open your mouth, and you're gonna have to open now.
We are exasperated. We are exasperated, Father. It has been a very, very tumultuous day.
Well, walk me through it. Maybe I can help.
Can you get us through the second gate?
No, but presuming you have legitimate business, Kalina probably can.
Do you know where she is?
She's not here for evening meal. I presume she's working.
Working where?
Well, if she's not here, she's either past, in the central gate, or working with, one of her, various projects.
I believe time will be of aid to us.
but that must, I admit it. I'm curious. What would the Central District have to do with the bodies of commoners disappearing?
I'm gonna say, Tibbs is gonna look. It was like, Tibbs is gonna look. It was like every time I say something honestly, you guys look at me funny. So should I be honest or should we just?
But what does Central 46 do?
Given whom it is that we are speaking with, honesty would be the best policy.
Yes, or otherwise, my God, we'll have to strike you down for it. I'm kidding.
Just I'm gonna say, Tibbs was like, just making sure. Okay, cool. I'm gonna look at him. It was like we, or at least I am at least have incredibly high suspicions of. I'm gonna say have incredibly high suspicions of the person who was responsible for the death. I'm gonna say who was the death of not Weiss's mother.
Kalina.
I think he's purposely not Weiss just to be funny.
It's fun. I must say, we believe. I'm at least of the suspicion that what everything that's going on is a means by which to set her up. I must say, as a means by which to set her up, eliminate her, and open up some sort of position since her house, since as the last of her line, that would be the end of her house, and thus possibly setting him up to to begin a new noble house with his name at the head of it.
Well, if I presume then you're referring to Magistrate Burlock?
Yes.
I'm not sure what he would have to gain by implicating Kalina, or even how he would do that.
Oh,
I mean, you obviously outlined your thoughts on it, but at best, it would probably get a like a lesser knight or something bumped up. I don't think unless he makes this some kind of really serious crisis, there would. It would be unlikely that he'd get titled for it.
Well, there is
even if that was his plan, why is he doing it now? Her Highness is not in Corvus right now, so nobody would, nobody of any import would actually see his glory, such as it would be in your scenario.
I say they would be able to. I say they would be able to report it even when she did come back. And with all, I'll say we tell them about the amassing of the stuff outside.
Okay, well, walk me through this because I'm not understanding. Several poor serf level individuals, farmers, yeomen, the like, have vanished from their graves.
It's not just them at this point. It includes the witches that were in the witch's great tomb.
Okay, well, that's new information. You didn't include that. Okay, so...
Everybody include the rest of it.
That makes things a little trickier, because Burlock was not involved in the execution and the sealing. I'm not even sure he'd know where the grave was, so that would make it harder for him to pillage it like you claim. That was, a secret between, a few select circle mages, myself, and the one who performed the execution.
Were any of the circle mages at the time becoming prodigies? Or
no. It was the council level, the ones in charge of the local chapter, the High Magisters, because they were the ones most trusted to keep the, when something's secret like this, and they're the ones who were able to put down high enough level enchantments to make the people feel safe. I mean, I'm not saying you're there's a logic, though very weak logic, based on the information that I'm getting at least, but I'm not sure how he would have found out where the grave was in the first place, or how he might have animated them, being that he is not, neither psychically nor mystically inclined, to my knowledge. He's got away with words a little bit, but not anything, that would be, arcane or supernatural.
And no strong ties to Circle Council members.
None that I'm aware of. Like, backroom dealings and stuff are common here in Corvus. That's, how they keep the kingdom running. Is, I scratch your back, you scratch mine type, situations. But so he might have some kind of deal with the Circle, but it's not anything I've seen evidence of. And if I might be frank for a moment, would not, going into and asking him about such things draw more attention than I was really hoping you guys would draw? At least not, without, evidence of some sort? Do you actually have any, tangible evidence to implicate? I mean, it's a good theory. You seem to have thought it out, but do you have any proof? Because if you're going to be waving, around, accusations at high-level individuals like this, they're going to want proof, and it's going to create a stir.
The intent wasn't to initially accuse. It was to... If we had a meeting with them, we could, using our various levels of expertise, kind of feel out even his reactions.
Even getting a meeting with him is going to require a valid reason. What reason were you planning on giving? I'd say he's a busy individual. He's not going to be able to just see everybody who walks in, asking for an appointment.
So I was banking on the rarity of true yokai to be enough to pique his interest.
I've only met the man a handful of times, but that in and of itself, just, going, hi, I'm a yokai, you want to see, look at me like a circus attraction, wouldn't seem to me something that would attract his attention. It's like your read of him trying to collect power and authority, I believe. That seems in character. But he wouldn't want to meet with you without, something to gain.
So now we need to, so we need like a decent amount of,
I'm willing to, if you want to pursue this route, I can, if you want to pitch some ideas, I might be able to help you guys find a decent one to try and arrange an appointment with him, with Kalina's help. But I'm not, based on what you have told me so far, the connection seems tenuous at best. Now, given that it probably would take a few days for an appointment to work its way through the system anyway, that would give you time to investigate other avenues or gather more evidence. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dishearten all of you. You seem so sure, but
no, I'm not saying we're just thinking, at least I'm just thinking about ways to try to how to acquire this evidence.
David's kind of making broke face. That's why.
Well, no,
It's like brain imploded.
The only thing left.
And Eric's gone totally silent, so I'm not sure if he fell asleep on.
There's.
No, I'm just.
There's.
I don't know how to respond.
There's only one other avenue that we can pursue. And I'd prefer to do a little more pursuing of it before fully voicing it. Mr. Dumas says I want it to be something a bit more than suspicion.
Well, then by all means, as I said, having tangible evidence before you point, fingers in any direction is obviously the best move.
Okay.
I'm glad Aurora recommended you guys to me, because it sounds like I would have been totally out of my element by now.
I would like to set up this is going to cost more mana, but I don't give a shit right now. Cool, and that's a 0 cost materials. Cast telepathic bond again, just so I can speak without Mr. Dude Man.
You cast Aura of Privacy.
Now at a nice round 75.
Yeah, that's why you did it. You just wanted to round out your mana.
Okay. Okay, guys. Well, the only tangible evidence I really have still is pointing towards Kalina based off of the scent tibs that you have. So the only possible thing I can think of is just inserting ourselves into her business.
Freezing.
That's the only thing I can think of based off of everything we tangibly have, which is really only one thing. Scraps of clothing with her scent on it, Tibbs, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
One tangible and a bunch of witness accounts that match your vision, which are similar, says Genchi, who I presume is included in this bond.
Yes. Yeah, it was the party. Because the only thing I can think of is her involvement is something that could just easily be misconstrued. But of course it's private to her, so she will not be so willing. Meaning we have to put everything out on the table, figuratively speaking. Like, here's what everything is pointing at. We don't believe that you're in some sort of conspiracy to devastate Corvus, but there is some link here, and you're the only link we have. What is it you're doing? Only thing I can think of at the moment. If anyone has any other ideas based off of the tangible things that we have, feel free.
That's basically where I'm at this point.
Yeah, she's a very private person in general, so I'm not sure how well she'll take to you trying to platonically insert yourself into her business.
Well, based on the conversation that we had in the at the illusory table earlier, yeah, I caught that, but she seemed to be much more comfortable with me being blunt in the conversation. This is about as blunt as we can get. There's clearly a timetable of which we are unaware of here. So, you don't res people for nothing.
Well, alternatively, if I may, you could try looking for more evidence.
Kriv,
it's not exactly.
Have we gone to everyone on the list yet?
We've gone to everyone on the list we are provided. But if you are looking to prove either her innocence or, well, sounds like you're trying to prove her innocence. We could try tossing her room if she's not home.
I would find that rather distasteful, but I don't see any other options really.
But I admit it is distasteful.
I'm only hesitant due to her relation to Aurora.
Okay.
However, I'm not against it in principle. As such, I am the most depraved of us all. I'll do it. And I'll put things back.
Sounds good.
Okay, Mr. Depraved.
More mana!
Do you need to use mana?
If I want to toss her room and then rewind time to have everything be exactly where it was before I tossed it, yeah. Unless deception will let me put things back into place as if I was never there.
I think that'd be under stealth, actually.
Yeah, no, not good at that.
I want to say it's an intelligence-based stealth when I've seen it done on other games.
Yeah, I much prefer moving the fourth dimension. God, I am. Ah, jeez. Yep, you just need a spot within your sight. Time comes under your control in a 20-foot radius centered on that spot. You can freeze it, reverse it, move it forward by as much as 1 minute, as long as you maintain concentration. Nothing and no one, yourself included, can enter the field or affect what happens inside it. Oh yeah, so I can just toss it within a minute, and then move out of the area of effect and just reverse it. Yeah, that works. I can totally do that. And plus I can use sorcery stuff to expand that to multiple minutes. Anyway.
So that you...
I want to put up some defenses first. Not like shields or anything.
No, I was just confirming the plans. Like you're, approach her room and possibly toss it.
Yeah.
Just you? Others going with you?
I'll see why not. You want company?
Well, if we are to, shall we say, get in trouble for it, wouldn't it be better if it was only one of us?
Fair enough.
Considering what I've done in the past, I mean, what's the worst that could happen to me?
In which case, if Koto is the only one going, what are the rest of you doing while he is doing this?
So, technically, is what he's about to do dangerous?
I don't know. Do you feel breaking into a possibly teenage girl's bedroom without her consent dangerous?
I'm gonna go ahead and help him out. He's entering the girl's room middle of the night. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Death Ward on him. Here you go, Kodo. Yeah. There we go. You got 8 hours to not die.
Kriv, you got anything you want to contribute?
prayer.
I'm just gonna wish you the best of luck, man. You're doing something that only a depraved person would do. You're going to need that luck.
What else?
Right.
That doesn't work.
Give him another minute, see if he's got anything else.
Yeah. Just no bullshit.
Failing that, walk me through this impossible mission.
I never thought it was gonna be hard.
Going in solo. No backup. You're maverick.
That's
You're a
something
rogue
that I am
lone
willing
wolf.
to do. Because if I got caught, I'd just sit there and just accept my fate. Just like, yeah, I shouldn't be doing this. Go ahead and do what you're going to do.
Alright,
I
Agent
accept.
Kodo, you approach the door.
Okay. Just so we're clear, I'm also going to cast non-detect on myself. Yeah. And also, is that just a duration thing? No, that has concentration. That's fine. Pass without trace.
You're just laying on all the shit.
I mean, I know what I'm doing, and I might as well just try to be as non-detective about it as possible.
Alright. So your friends have given you their blessings and sent you on your way. You approach the door, laying on all your different defensive anti-detection.
Yep. Can I peer through the lock?
It is a normal. See, that'd be a key lock. So you may attempt to do so. Yes.
Perception roll?
That would be a perception roll. Yes. Okay, that's a decent roll. Peering through appears dark on the other side, so no lamps or candles or anything burning.
Okay.
You don't hear any sounds of movement on the other side.
Okay.
Not able to really make out much detail through the lock, but there's no, again, even with your dark vision, you're not seeing signs of motion or anything going back and forth in front of the lock.
Okay. Can I make an investigation roll to see through this tiny area if I can detect any or deduce any traps or anything? Like faded trip lines on the ground, or the entire thing of if the thread of hair is displaced, I know someone was in here, kind of thing.
You can do that for the door, the area around the door. You don't have enough of a visual field, for you to feel like you could reliably do that by peeking through the lock.
Okay.
But you can check the door. You do not, see any, weirdly placed hairs or tripwires or pressure plates or anything on the door.
Okay. When I peer through the lock, I'm going to Misty Step to the immediate other side.
Okay. As your form disapparates and smokes through the lock, you start to form on the other side, regaining your shape. Feet touch down. A brilliant glow comes from the rug underneath you.
Does Pass Without Trace not stop this?
Nope. As a large glyph fills the floor in the room. And you suddenly find yourself in the air, about 10 feet in the air over the river, that passes through the center of town, before you land with a splash. If you can't figure this out, feel free to make an Arcana check to figure out what that was.
Oh no, it's a spell of warding.
Yeah, glyph of warding.
Yeah. One moment. I'm curious. How does this?
Glyph of warding, not divination.
It doesn't. See, at least I tried to see if there was anything I could tell on the other side. I did not cast detect magic though. However, I do have an immediate counter for this.
You know.
Yes, I do.
If you're going to say counterspell, I can tell you right now it's not going to work.
It's not going to work, no. You said I'm in the air for a few moments, right?
For like a second, before gravity catches up with you when you land in the water, yeah. That's you have been teleported from her room to over the river. About, 5-10 feet in the air.
So I would not have an action's worth of time to do anything while I was in midair?
No. You have a reaction at best.
Featherfall?
Featherfall is a reaction. You can do that. You weren't going to take fall damage anyway, but you can do that.
No, but does it slim me down enough to do something before I touch the water?
Given the distance, no.
Okay, then never mind. I might as well just splash in and prestidigitation myself.
Okay. You bloop. You're wet.
Okay, and then I make myself unwet after getting out. Unless I need an athletics roll or something.
No, it's not like you're fighting. I mean, there's a little bit of a current, but not anything ridiculous.
Detect magic.
You have to get back to the church, but
I mean, it's on my eyes. I can still cast it.
But yeah, you're
With a sigh.
You're probably about given your location, maybe half-hour walk back to the church.
Nah, I'm a nanosecond away.
If you want to spend more mana.
Hells yeah. Nah, you don't glyph me. It's clever though. Teleport. I was in the area.
Say technically you have been there before.
Yep.
Which I don't think does that entirely negate it or just reduce the risk.
If I remember correctly, let me look over to the spell here. Yeah, do. Associate object.
To additions, if the target is destination used must be known to you and it must be on the same plane of existence. Your familiarity with the destination determines whether you arrive successfully. You viewed it once, so you would have to roll. Give me a percentile. You rolled a 20, which is within the mishap range.
Of course it is.
Let me confirm. Means permanent teleportation. Possess an object taken from the desired location within the last 6 months.
And do I have a scrap of fabric?
Did you still have the dress fragment?
Was it more than one fragment or just one fragment?
It was just one. Which last I heard Tibbs had it.
Tibbs physically had it last time.
I'll say in which case, I can hand it back.
Well, it doesn't do him much good now since he's in mid-teleport. Okay,
Yeah.
the spell's unpredictable magic results in difficulty. Each teleport creature takes 3d10 force damage, and then you re-roll to see where you end up. So 3d10 force damage is 7 force damage, and you roll again.
Son of a fuck!
Poor Kodo.
This is fucking ridiculous.
This is just too funny, I can't lie.
You roll again.
What, again?
You keep rolling until you get out of the mishap range. Another 3d10.
So is this just essentially, like, during the course of one teleportation?
Yep. You keep intersecting walls and such, and ending up in really weird places. You're having a travel montage. Come on, percentile. Damn it.
No damage, though?
Still damage.
Son of a fuck.
Every time you mishap, you will take 3d10. Now, if you'd like to take a minute to stop bamfing and... no, you don't get to stop. That's right, you just keep going.
That's why I was asking. Is this is during the course of one thing?
This is all one teleport, yeah.
If I fucking trigger from this...
If you did, you keep re-rolling until you actually land somewhere.
Then I can theoretically die from telefrag?
Yes, that's the thing. That's why the teleport spell is dangerous.
I'm sorry, it's just too fucking funny. It sucks, but it's funny.
You need to roll a 44 or higher.
Stop it! How even?
Roll 20. Decided your fate.
Alright. 84 is your on target. And bleeding on her rug. Oh, is that presuming you're bloodied? That could be wrong. Are you not bloodied?
I'm 49 HP.
Well, I don't know what your max is currently.
124.
So yeah, you're bloodied. You're bleeding on her rug a little bit.
I
just
just want
pass without a trace prevents you from leaving stuff. I need to double check whether to prevent that.
Oh, hold on. Oh, you know what? I need to roll. Give me a second.
concentration quite a few times.
I did it.
I see an 8 plus 3 Constitution save. I don't think
Yeah,
that's
technically I'm
enough.
supposed to be rolling at advantage here. Let me...
No tracks or traces of your passage, so it would prevent you from leaving blood on the rug, assuming you make your concentration checks.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't roll at advantage over this last one because that one was precarious right there.
Okay.
But...
So yes, the blood is magically not staining the rug.
It's inside my body blood.
I still just want to say one thing. For Kodo here, 'cause I honestly would probably have watched this out of sheer hilarity.
Well, you can only see it if you went in the room with him.
I would have stood at the door waiting.
Space.
Well, he didn't open the door. So you're outside. So you have no idea what happened.
Space
That is true.
is my bitch. Okay, let's do this.
You're lucky Glyph only goes off once.
I know.
We could have kept that in an infinity loop.
Yeah, I know.
Oh man. Oh my god, you're saying I could have done this in the Wednesday game?
Holy, wait a second.
Glyph of Warding takes an hour to cast.
Wait a second. The spell that was embedded in that glyph. The fuck?
Teleport?
That's a really decent level spell, man.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. God!
I mean, she was part of Aurora's adventuring party.
It could have been... it could be her.
Yes, it could theoretically
Anyway,
be here.
detect magic. Any other wonderful trick.
Let's see. There's another glyph actually on the door.
Cool.
She totally touched the door.
Let's see. Other magic. There's one of those, I think it's called a megascope. That thing from The Witcher where they can use it to, like, portal and communicate and shit. There's a chest at the foot of her bed with what appears to be a, arcane lock enchantment on it.
Okay.
Similar one on her wardrobe.
Okay.
There appears to be in a similar position, but not, not the same size as the glyph of warding you set off. There appears to be underneath her, or maybe part of her rug, because you're having a hard time telling with the aura thing. is possibly a teleportation circle that you're not sure if it's part of the rug or in the floor beneath the rug and glowing up through.
Can I note the sigils?
If you want to take some time to write them down. Or make it... You don't have keen mind, so yeah. Your best bet would be to write them down, but if you want to just, say you try and memorize them, we can make a check for them later if you try to use it.
I can,
It's not that hard, just, you just need to, it'd take you like a minute.
Well,
I have no idea what the fuck that guy's doing. But it's annoying. It sounds like he's running a fucking chainsaw, so.
At 1 o'clock in the morning, he's running a chainsaw.
I don't know. It sounds like a cut. He's either working on his car or has like a cutting table or something. He's sawing wood. I don't know what the sound of it is, but it sounds like a buzzsaw.
At 1 o'clock in the morning.
He's white. I don't know.
I think he's chopping up bodies, man. You might want to call the cops on that.
I mean, whatever he's doing in his driveway. So, I mean, if he's chopping up bodies in his driveway in the middle of the night, then I mean, more power to him.
I mean, white privilege.
I'll just see if I can remember them. I don't have parchment or shit on me.
I mean, there's a desk and maybe parchment over there, but
no, that's removing an item from the scene.
She knows exactly how many pieces of paper she has at all times.
I know I removed a glyph from the scene, but I'm going to replace that before I leave.
Okay, so you see, pretty common, very similar, but a bit more lived in than the rooms you guys have. You got bed, wardrobe, footlocker, desk.
Okay, to toss the room and avoid the glyphs and stuff that I'm seeing.
At this point, the only glyph you were seeing remaining is on the actual door. So as long as you don't open the door, you will not set it off.
Okay. Would it be an investigation roll?
This would be an investigation roll to check out the room.
Hell is it? Well, I didn't mean to roll advantage, but that first roll is generally what we use, so there we go.
And believe it or not, this is in the book.
Believe in your friends until the scenario, or believe in your friends of friends until the scenario tells you to fuck with them.
Option 5. Hey, what's in those books? If the party tries to search the room in the church's living quarters for clues, you find under her simple bed are 3 old history texts. Each was penned by former prelates of Corvus, and they tell the story of the church in the city over the centuries. In one of these books, you find notes, and dog-eared pages referring to the catacombs underneath the cathedral.
Oh god, is it what I was thinking of so long ago when it was fucking... Go on!
That's it. Oh, wait, hang on. There was another thing.
Remember when I was just...
You also find one of her dresses that has been recently mended in a spot that looks similar to what might have been the scraps you found.
Guys, remember when I was contemplating investigating the mother's entombment under the church? You remember that? I remember that. Should have fucking done it. Okay. Sorry, it's just... I guess follow my instincts even if it seems a bit dickish. Oi!
And...
Son of a fuck. Okay.
So you're gonna... So that's what you found.
Okay, that's what I found. Okay, and there was a chest with an arcane lock on it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read how arcane lock works. I want to be sure I can...
It increases the DC of the to unlock it.
Oh no, I want to know if I can replace it. If I can replace the lock.
You can recast the spell, but when you cast the spell, you put like certain like either a password, you put a password in, or creatures that can open it without the arcane lock affecting them.
And I don't know whether she has it passworded or linked to herself in terms of biology.
Yeah.
So never mind.
Now, if you pick the lock, the arcane lock does not dissipate, but it does increase the DC to pick it by 10.
I don't have lockpicking proficiencies. I don't think there's an X-ray spell.
There is not.
I know, like, I think there's like an invocation that can do that, but...
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Books penned about the catacombs.
About the church that you guys are in and the catacombs beneath it, yeah.
I presume there's there's more detail than that the player would be aware of from what was in the books that you don't necessarily have to tell me. Because at this point it's like catacombs weird. Is what I'm getting.
They're history books, so there's and most of them are just talking about like the when the church was constructed, who did it, that kind of thing. So there's not any flipping through, looking at the dog-eared pages and stuff. There's not maps or anything. It's just. It would give you the awareness that there are catacombs if you did not know they were there before. And you'll reference you to some names like architects and stuff.
Okay. Here's what I want to do.
Okay.
Enough more mana. No, wrong direction, wrong number. There we go. Lower numbers because I'm utilizing it. Okay. First off, prestidigitation, the stigmata blood from the telefrag.
Not a problem. Your pass without trace, prevented that from standing.
Yes, but I'm wanting to make sure it's on because what I'm about to do will exceed my my pass without trace duration.
Okay.
By a few minutes.
It can last an hour, but okay. If you think you're gonna be that long.
If I want to recast Glyph of Warding on her floor, it would take me an hour.
Yeah. Okay, you're right.
So I wanted to make sure that once the pass without trace fails, that I'm not leaving traces. I mean, admittedly, my feet will be imprinted on the carpet, but no more so than anyone that would be just in the room. Because I do not believe there's any way I can accelerate this.
Yeah, because you can't quick and cast it because it's not an action spell.
Yeah. So I will reclass Glyph of Warding for teleportation to the spot where I was deposited, except because I'm casting it, not only will I exempt her from it, because I assume that herself is exempt, I will exempt myself from it. Okay, I'll also exempt the party from it. Okay. We don't mean her harm yet, anyway. So I'm still re-erecting her defenses. And I would like to take one of my tattooist needles, dip it in one of my tattooist ink, and gently mark the surface of my skin with what I believed were sigil runes.
Okay.
Just so I can have a recording of them. After all that, I will like to
rage. No.
Blink myself back on the other side of not blink. Misty step myself back.
Maybe you should teleport back. That would be fun.
No, not again. I was super hyped about using teleport, and then it betrayed me. Wait, hold on. You know what I like to do? Can I take a single strand of carpet? There's carpet, right?
Yeah, make me, if you want, If you want to get like just one and from like a spot that wouldn't necessarily be noticed, sleight of hand.
But I'm good at that though.
Well, then it'd just be Dex for you, wouldn't it? It's like you're trying to pull one that doesn't like start like an unraveling chain.
Guys, what are the odds this is gonna burn me?
Can't burn you any worse than you teleport did.
Oh!
He has a point on that.
Yeah, you're good. It's a little longer than you expected, but you know it left a small bald spot, but like a little bit of like combing the rug, you're able to cover it up. And,
Oh, gotta have a comb.
I mean, you're using your fingers, but you're just
okay.
you're pinching it out, and you cover it up for the most part. Careful examination might reveal it, but casual, just everyday living probably won't see it.
Fucking telefrag, son of a. Space is my bitch. Store it on me somewhere.
Okay, you are now outside where Criv is.
Okay, Mr. Dupre, do you do anything useful? Took a little while in there.
Her room beat me up, Criv.
It was a trap.
I'll like put a hand on his shoulder. You don't understand what I mean.
You wonder why I don't try to mess with a lady's room.
All ladies' bedrooms have glyphs of warning and high-level teleport spells.
But it's okay. Like a good depraved person, I put the defenses back in place before I left.
At least it wasn't an exploding one.
Oh God, no. Also, I just want you to know, Space is my bitch.
What did you do to yourself?
Doesn't matter. Because it's my
To an
bitch.
extent.
But aside from my exploits with Space, which I totally control, by the way. Totally control it. So there's gonna be some of the blood loss. I mean, yeah, blood loss. There's some information I found. I personally think it's tenuous as everything else we found, but I found it. Let's talk and have Tibbs show me.
Yeah, I am. You did this to yourself. I just want
Only
to stress
because
this.
of her room.
You still did this to yourself.
No. Yeah, no.
This is your fault.
It's,
I personally think you should not be healed by Tibbs so that you learn your lesson.
I'm going this way.
Roll.
No, that way is where going that way. So
Not gonna lie.
So, Kono just like lost over half his hit points in a nanosecond. So
I'm not gonna lie. Part of me wants to take Kodo and just push him through the door just on accident and trigger that clip.
oh no, you can try that, but the glyph I put into place is exactly like hers, except it ignores me. So
No, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the door.
Yeah, well,
that
you don't
didn't
know the
touch.
door one's there.
besides, I thought it was on the other side of the door.
It is. You'd have to, open the door.
That's why I said as a player I want to do that.
The door that may or may not be locked.
I thought it was clever by blinking in there and trying to investigate before I went in like a good roguish person.
You were clever.
Yeah.
She was just more clever.
Yeah.
In a very agonizing way for you.
No, the D100s fucking did that.
Yeah, that was the D100s. That was just bad dice. The glyph of warding is because, well, she has mage enemies, but,
Yeah.
the D100, that was all you. Well, most of the all roll 20.
Yeah.
And I think on that note, I will end the session because it is a little after 1, and I know people have to sleep.
What is this thing you call sleep?
I'll save my dank memes for next session when they will actually come up.
Yeah, memes? Yeah. They dank? Yeah. Okay, since we're out of session, I just want to say that finding the books that just mentioned that she's looking into the catacombs is still, like, a tenuous lead. It's, like, tenuous as hell. And all it makes me think of, as I said before, is should have done what I thought the instant that was brought up. But...
Well, to be fair, even the module says, quote, finding the books is interesting, and if you point it out to Father Damas, he will ask you to investigate. Even the book admits it is tenuous, but it is enough to get you to go, huh, this is interesting. Why she do this? Let go look. Which is all it's expecting you to do.
I questioned the catacombs the instant they were mentioned, but he was all like, yeah, my wife, though, and emotion. I'm like, I'm going to feel like an ass if I just barge in there. Okay, fine.
Well, you gotta find a way in there anyway. They're sealed in theory, but...
Oh, yeah, but I mean, I was...
But
I'm not, though, just the only one remembering the conversation, right?
No, I'm just pointing out that the module expects you... I guess the module expects you to be dicks, because, they expect you to go into the catacombs, or at least want to think about going into the catacombs. And they expect you to poke around that guy's house after he told you not to poke around his house.
Because it's like... Seriously, these things...
Breaking into her room was optional. That was one of 5 options.
Are things that very nearly happened sessions ago.
Which, as I said, you guys have been on track for the most part. You wobble a little bit and you deviate into places, but for the most part, you've been on track.
No, I just keep thinking it's like...
You got to this part, you had the conversation, and then you hit a brick wall.
Well, no, I mean...
Hell, the conversation they didn't expect you to have until later.
From what you're saying, we could have skipped to the catacombs part way earlier if we had just ignored the ethos being thrown our way and just said, yeah, I know how you feel about it, but we're doing a damn investigation. Tell us how to get there.
Yeah, you could have potentially done that, and if you did go down there, you might have found things that would make no sense because you didn't have any context, depending on how early you skipped down there, but yeah, you could have.
I'm just thinking, is our problem that we're actually trying to play multi-dimensional characters in an RPG?
There's a little bit of that, and there's also been several points where, again, you have just dramatically overthought. Setting aside the fact that this is a trilogy, because the investigation only pertains to the first of the three adventures.
Yeah.
You're trying to answer questions in Act, at this point, 2.5, in an investigation that's supposed to take you through 3 full acts.
Oh. So it kind of sounds like we're cheating it, then.
No, you're not cheating it. It's just, you're banging your head against the wall going, this is all, conjecture or, circumstantial or just makes no sense. And it's like, you're right, because you have another, 20 pages before you get the other piece of the puzzle that makes this make sense.
Again, it sounds like our experience is working against us. That we see the fact it's not enough, and we see possibilities of where it could be going.
And you're trying to cut out the pieces that would get, you're trying to cut out the connective tissue and go straight to the end game, yeah.
It's like, I'm not upset, I'm a little bit brain burned.
Which is why I keep trying to emphasize these, introductory. And it's like, I can work with this, but you're going to run into certain roadblocks just because you don't have the information you need to get past them.
Just for instance, investigating her room, I would have been more for, say, earlier if it wasn't, oh, she's Aurora's friend. Aurora is, kind of my friend. I mean, she and Kenchi's known each other longer, but we've had some adventures together. I don't want to necessarily impinge on a friend of a friend.
Well, again, investigating her room was purely optional. Now, the setup, obviously, was something I gave you, because according to the book, you just end up at the church after escorting a caravan because it was bringing the stuff to the church, and then the priest goes, "You guys look like capable adventurers. Can you look into these missing bodies for me? People I've never met before."
No, see, in a world where you have adventurers and freelancers and stuff like that, I can totally see that happening.
Now, I'm going to try and experiment with you guys. Because this is not a spoiler. I'm going to show you the canon art for the person that Kalina has replaced in the module.
Okay.
See if you still have the same reservations.
I mean...
Does she pass Brian's test? Because he was the one who had the clothing test.
Sus much?
Just looking at this is just like, yeah, she's totally... She is the witch.
That last one is literally the picture they gave me in the book to show the players. The second one is the cover of the book. The one that says Witchfire Trilogy on it.
Do I still have the reservations? Is your question.
Yeah.
Are we assuming the same introduction?
I am assuming the introduction that the module gave you, since you were complaining about the module up to this point in terms of the roadblocks you have been hitting.
With the introduction, the module is given, and with the vibe these images are giving off.
That's it. The last one is literally the one I'm supposed to hold up.
I would have like nearly no reservations.
Okay. So in this case, it was my altering the module to make it fit my world that has created a couple of these speed bumps for you.
For the record, I like the fact you altered the module to fit the world, just for the record.
Well, you didn't have to say anything. I was going to do it regardless, because I've been slowly trickling in Ruby characters the whole time. And
No, I'm not saying I say the matter. I'm just telling you that when you made the comment of, oh, it's just kind of my fault, then they're just like, I like the fact you did it the way you did it.
I'm just pointing out, you were complaining, it's like, the module expects you to do certain things, and it's like, okay, this is how the module was supposed to start, this is what I was supposed to show you about the character who was glaring down at you guys from the balcony. With these two things changed back to what they were originally supposed to be, do you think you would have the same, as much of the same problems as you've been having? But because I changed one character, and that made you guys actually care, I have created certain small roadblocks.
Eric, you still on the call?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think, and it's just like, yeah.
So on the one hand, good storytelling that I made the characters care, but on the other hand, I've kind of created small little ripple bumps that have been fucking with you guys.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, again, as I mentioned,
it still doesn't tell you what's going on, again, because this is not a spoiler, just to show you the art that would have come with the book that I'm supposed to show you anyway.
I still kind of am going, about the catacomb thing. Just because if it wasn't the guy was saying stuff with such a sad, like, yeah, but it's my sister, Joe. Voice just like, oh no, okay, fine, I'll hold off on that. If I find an occasion I have to do it, I'll do it later.
Well, that's his role. He is literally... The game puts him in there and tells you he is supposed to be the party's moral compass. Anytime they do something bad, he is supposed to be actively disappointed in them and possibly affect their relationship, not to the point of him not helping them. But things like, when he provides healing, it might come with lectures.
Oh, he's a good aligned clergyman. I would expect him to be to try to be a moral compass.
Well, I understand that, but the fact that the book went out of its way to mention those things, it's like, if you feel that way, I am playing him correctly.
Well, I distinctly remember the conversation of because I remember questioning, it's like, okay, does anyone ever go down there?
Like, no.
Other than you. And it's like, okay, we might need to check it out.
Even he doesn't go down there, it's sealed.
I thought he mentioned that he occasionally pays respects.
Yes, at the statue. That's over it.
Oh, in my mind, I thought he was going down there.
That part of the catacombs is sealed to prevent exactly what's been happening.
Okay.
Just like they, in theory, sealed the tomb to prevent people from fucking with it.
Yeah, because it was like, I do remember, and him going, and again, essentially being like, yeah, but it's my sister, and I only want to go down there, and like, because it pays respects. Now that was a message of him going down there. Yeah. But I'm like, because I remember mentioning it a couple times before, we need to check this out. It's like, yeah, but this though. And it's like, It's like, I could do it anyway, but no.
Well, you see, what they were expecting is for you guys to find a reason to go down there, at which point you present him with that reason, and he's like, oh, okay, and then you go down there.
Oh, my reason is like a
You were supposed
a hunch due to the entire situation.
Well, you see, he needs more than a hunch. He needs some kind of physical evidence to not give you the disapproving look when you go down there.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, Eric, the reason why I was like so I was like inclined to just like yeah, I'll toss the room, because I am. Let me double check this and make sure I'm thinking of a different character. Oh, why is that blank? It shouldn't be blank. Chaotic good.
I am as well, but it's still something he's like, that's a woman.
Oh, you're
I
chaotic
ain't
good?
doing that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, hold up. Let me rephrase that. I am neutral good. You're chaotic good. I'm neutral good.
Yeah, it's like, I don't care whether it's a woman's room or not. I'm carrying on the grounds of she's a friend of a friend. It's like the law isn't factoring into this.
Sorry.
Yeah, there is no law factoring into my decision. It's just like, I ain't breaking into a woman's room. Yeah, no. I ain't doing that. It's just asking for trouble. And look what happened to you.
Seriously, I went all the way down to 49 HP. I was at serious risk of telefragging myself, because you want to know something? If that kept happening, I would have reached 0. If that kept happening, I would have been taking auto death save fails.
And then we'll find your body in the river, and we'll just go, hey, Tibbs.
I was like, blind teleporting is dangerous.
Well, I didn't think it was blind, because I thought the fact that I was there would have been enough.
Viewed once is almost, I think it's like 1% different from blind.
Because I was like, yeah, I was physically there, it should be fine. But you know what'll make it better next time if we have to do this? I got the fucking sigils.
Well, the sigils are for teleportation circle, but yeah, that you
Because
you can teleport to a teleportation.
Yeah, it acts as an anchor, and I can zone in on that shit.
Assuming she doesn't have some kind of lock on it or something.
If there is, it's probably a made-up spell, because I don't remember anything that can lock stuff like that. Because I was intentionally looking a couple weeks ago for like the dimensional anchor type thing, which I think is a 3/5 thing.
Yeah. I want to say it might be Atasha's or something, or Xanathar's, or it could be a third party. I want to say there was like a spell that you can basically put on another spell to like, password it, passkey it or something.
That sounds familiar.
And that might be an older edition. Though, again, putting a glyph of wording around your teleportation circle also works very well.
Yeah. Because at that point, you can actually put a teleportation word on top of your teleportation circle, so you teleforward them. But yeah, it's like I felt a bit brain burn on this near the end when you saw me making those faces.
And that brain burn, I think, is my fault due to the changes I made based on what you have said up to this. When I pointed out the original setup.
Well, some of it I also think is again us acting as if these people in the world are fucking people.
There's some of it acting as people. There's some of it where it's definitely either overthinking or your experience again trying to jump to the end. Even if it's not necessarily the end the book goes for, just going, oh, well, obviously it has to be this. I'm going to go run over here and do this without any connective tissue or context. Because, obviously it's the evil judge.
Oh, it's just, there's also evidence pointing that way. It's not just going, Frollo!
And like I said, I think one of the major speed bumps you created yourself by viewing the past, because a level 1 party can't do that, so all you have to go off is like witness testimony, which you didn't get all of. The scrap of fabric, which you did go back for. You guys could have missed that entirely, because that was, again, optional, but really helpful connective tissue.
Oh, yeah.
But that left you with the 5 options at that point, based on the information you get at the tomb, which the witch's tomb almost spells it out for you. It basically gave you the information you had gotten by looking into the past. But you guys had gotten so confused when you first looked into the past before you got to the 2. Because you got that information before you got any of the other information. It's like, I don't... It's not a linear adventure in the sense of, like, railroading you. There's only one way to do this. There are certainly multiple ways to get to where you need to go. But if you try to skip points, as with most investigations, you start losing, vital components, and later stuff makes no sense.
I was like, because, like Eric, from your perspective, doesn't it just feel like there's just always not enough information, or what information is there is incredibly tenuous?
That's where it is at this point for me, because it's nothing against you, Tristan. It's the way this story is set up just makes no fucking sense.
It's not
half the time.
It's not supposed to yet. If I recall correctly, at the end of this next dungeon that you guys are getting ready to head into with the catacombs, you get to the point where the villainous monologue spells out somewhere around half of what you need to know, the other half coming later. But it gives you the stakes and the setup. It's like, you guys have done, at this point, Act 1 is basically you guys show up at the town and get given the quest and give you the components you need to find the witch's tomb, which you did. Act 2 is there to tell you what's going on the surface. And then, I can't remember if it's Act 3 or Adventure 3. I believe it's at the end of Act 3, is where you find out what's actually going on.
Nope.
So, again, because you guys were having, created your own speed bumps and were having a hard time getting as far as you did, you're trying to jump the gun and creating your own theories and stuff, which is good, but you are also struggling to get to where you need to go next because, again, you're trying to cut out components versus just following the clues to where they lead.
Because we're thinking about them.
Yeah. Cutting out the pages of background.
It's
like cutting out the pages of background they give the GM so that the GM can make informed NPC actions. Getting to where you guys are now is probably about 5 or 6 pages.
You were saying, Eric? I heard you start to say something.
I feel that it's not that we don't know, aren't trying to follow the clues. It's just that the clues we have are pointing us in one direction.
You're following the clues. When I said you're following the clues, but then you start jumping the gun on the clues, trying to find meaning for them as opposed to just following them to where they seem to be pointing you. Because it's like, okay, we have circumstantial evidence that implicates, in this case, Kalina, because I changed her name. We spoke to Kalina, who had a very interesting conversation with you guys. Not sure how much of it you guys actually picked up on, but there was an interesting conversation there. And then, instead of continuing to pursue the evidence that you had been handed that was pointing in different directions, you chose to pursue alternative avenues, which is fine. But it took you, shooting off to investigate characters that, by all rights, you should not, meet yet. As, and there are certain societal things that I've set up that, coincidentally in this case, prevented you from meeting them. But because it's like, okay, you need, to meet an important official, you need legitimate reasoning that would get them to make time in their busy schedule. Currently, you don't have that. Which would, in theory, point you back to where you were, which is, we have these pieces of evidence, what do they mean? But you guys chose to continue trying to brute force your way, metaphorically speaking, onto that other tangent.
I think some of that was Tibbs in terms of trying to get past those guards, but yeah.
So then we circle back around to the dinner scene, where you guys do what the module expects you to do when you get stuck, and share your findings with Father Dumas. At which point, the GM is able to help, feel out what the players are doing, and, offer what the advice the GM can offer to players mid-module. At which point, between him and Kenshi, you were guys able to come back to one of the 5 options. You guys chose Toss the Room. And now we're back on track. So for the most part, you guys are doing what the module expects you to do. Just, because the module expects you to go off course a little bit. You guys are just picking courses they didn't predict, probably because you guys have connections and experience that the module doesn't expect you to have.
If I may.
Hey now, I didn't push the issue of going to talk to the magistrate at least. I was like, no, Falcons must want this to be made public, because my first thing was, I'm gonna go to the magistrate, say that, hey, this is happening. Oh, by the way, the witches are gone.
It's like it's fine. You guys are just taking it probably a little longer than the module expects, but not ridiculously so. And like I said, in some regards, I think your level and experience is working against you. That's all.
If I may, Eric, you started saying a little bit about when the clues seemed really circumstantial. I think you were going to start to say something else, and then Trish came in with the with the rundown. I'm curious as to how you would have finished that sentence.
When everything was circumstantial, the way it felt was that we have all this circumstantial evidence that points to different things,